You see what I'm saying?
I
That's not the
understand.
same opportunity like if you're bringing a company that has a 30% growth rate, you're pricing it at a market multiple of 8.
Hmm.
Those days of pricing stocks at 8 are over. I mean, the owners are not going to accept that. You see what I'm saying?
I agree
But
with you.
back then, when they didn't know whether the market would bite or not,
Yeah.
because remember, in the beginning, even though the offers sold off, people never thought they were going to sell off. It's just
True.
after X number of them, a dozen of them just keep selling off very quickly that people say, hey, we need to get into this because you're going to make money, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So now owners have an expectation of price, which is much stronger than back in those days. So we can't go back to those days. It's a different market.
I agree with you 100%, and I hope 2023 is the year we see the action along that line. Anybody who understands what he just said will probably be as excited as I am right now. Yeah, this is the market that I hope to see, and I'm sure you would have been hoping and planning for it because since you've been in the market years before me also. So I am happy to hear that. And I
Yeah,
think
well, I mean,
entrepreneurs coming up will be happy.
yeah, well, and but one of the big challenges I think for 2023 is the fact that because interest rates have gone up so much,
Hmm.
people would normally just want to look at the market are now going to be looking at fixed income. So the number of people who want to buy are going to be different. Plus, the pricing changes with interest rates. When you're only getting 0.5% of your money, you know, a 12p or a 14p or maybe the 15p might seem reasonable.
Hmm.
But when you get it 12% of your money, whoa, what's that stock worth? It's not the same
That's
price.
that's true.
Exactly. So we're in a different market where, so you have like a counter trend in terms of the expectation of the sellers will be higher in terms of pricing. But the market's now saying, hey, we want to take some risk off the table. We want more liquidity because there's a lot of uncertainty. So it's like two streams flowing in the opposite direction. It's gonna
Hmm.
be interesting.
Very, very interesting. Very, especially since you're gonna be providing, I mean, options on, are providing options on both sides.
Mhm.
Very, very
Well, I,
interesting.
I think other people will be jumping in. I mean, NCB's jumping in
Yeah.
already. I mean, I think it's gonna be very exciting on the bond side. I think you'll see a
Yeah.
lot more activity there.
Well, I'm banking on that too. Tell me, how do you feel about let me word this right. But let me think about this before I ask you because if I ask it while thinking, it won't get answered. You can't answer it. So I'll give it some thought. But in the meantime, tell us what are your what's the most exciting thing for you this week? So hear from you. What else would you like to talk about outside of those headlines and and of course the closure of your second tranche?
Uh, uh, most of the things that's happening that's exciting for me, I can't really talk about. So, I mean, I think this daily discussion about interest rates and inflation and how long the Fed and the BOJ gonna keep raising rates, I find that very interesting. I noticed that the U.S. retail inflation was down in December. The results that just came out a couple of days ago, which is hopeful, but one inflation number is not something that you can really bank on.
Mhm.
And also seems to be trending the right direction in Jamaica too. So that's very hopeful. You know, uh, you know, the thing that I'm kind of, still, you know, so the central bank has more information than everybody else, and they get it early.
Mm-hmm.
So, in a sense, you can't really argue with the central bank, right? They're the big boys.
Mm-hmm.
But it's now been a while since they've been raising interest rates. Loan rates are going up. This is gonna start impacting on the real economy now. So it's interesting for me to see how is the real growth gonna play off against these counter growth initiatives that the bank is putting in place to protect us from this inflation. And I think that's going to be the big story for 2023. I think that's
And
the big story for 2023. How does that all play out?
mm-hmm.
And hopefully, if they do a great job on managing it, then we'll still get some decent growth and we'll be okay.
You've always pointed out, well, I've seen you point out on Twitter all the time, and some people know that those policies, those moves that are made in the name of that policy, you don't see the effect of it same time. I believe it says 1 year.
Well, BOJ says that too. I mean, those are not that's not my words. That's the words of the central bank for the last 10 years. They call it the monetary transmission mechanism. They say it takes from 12 to 18 months in Jamaica. So different countries, it takes different amount of time. But in Jamaica, that's what the bank has traditionally said is, the time to see the effect. So that's not really that's what they say. And if you look back over decades, it's kind of plays out that way.
Mhm.
So I would say it's a pretty accurate statement by them based on my personal observations.
Mhm. I get you. I get you. I get you. But yeah, for me, well, I don't know if then I don't know if you touch this sort of thing a bit. For me, I mean, I look at it, I pay attention to it because you have to pay attention to it. It affects everybody in one way or another. But
Mm-hmm.
I I limit how. I mean, I look at it. You have to know about it, but you also understand the control or the lack of control that you can have there as a regular, normal person outside of maybe pressuring the bank loudly or writing a letter to the editor. There's not much that I think regular people
No,
can do about it.
no, we can't do anything about that. BOJ
Not
is gonna
one
do
thing.
exactly what they want to do,
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
can't argue with them because you can never prove them wrong because there's no data to show that if they can always say, well,
What
if
they're
we
seeing.
didn't do what we did, it would have been worse or better or whatever. You can't
Mm-hmm.
disprove them
hmm
because there's no going back in time and doing something different. It's just what they do is what they do, and we have to have confidence and faith in what they're doing.
yeah. Well, or there is no or once in the economy. Yeah, you kind of just have to trust them because they really are piloting that side. I
Yeah,
see
from all angles of adjust.
yeah, I did see you raise one thing that I actually mentioned. I meant to say something about. I don't know if it was this week or last week when you asked a question about do you think the Minister of Finance should have to be an elected official?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, what do you think?
Me personally, honestly, I think he should be. I think the minister. I understand. I understand why. I think I understand why the minister has to be an elected official. There's only two ministers have to be elected: the prime minister and the finance minister. The person leading the ship and the person handling the money. But so if it were up to me, the finance minister would remain and have to remain elected. But I would not give that person a constituency to run. I would leave it for them to be elected as finance minister. So after those systems where you vote for the prime minister, you also vote for who you want as finance minister. And so the votes count that way. But I wouldn't give them a constituency to run also. I personally don't think in this day and age that a finance minister who is truly plugged in and handling a complex economy can also put that energy into a constituency. I think that's a split focus that would hurt either the constituency or the country's finances. So far, Dr. Clark seems to have been doing an excellent job, at least with the country's finances. His constituents can speak to. I said that just
Yeah.
remember that I am his constituents. I'm one of his
So
constituents.
I see it a lot differently from you. So from my perspective, I think people who don't bring the right skills to the job, they are not going to do a good job. And in the case of most of the recent finance ministers in Jamaica, they actually got safe seats from their party, and
Mm,
we were just kind of lucky that the party actually had somebody who was had the kind of background required, who was available as an elected minister. So if you think, you know if you think of the skills required to run an NCB or a Citibank or a Nova Scotia Jamaica, then compare that to the skills required to run a whole country. You can see what's going to happen when you have somebody in that seat who doesn't have the right skill set. And I mean, Jamaica has suffered for it over decades. We can see the results of having a wrong person sitting in the Minister of Finance seat. Jamaica's economy, the average GDP growth over 30 years is 1%, taking out the last few years. So, you know, outcomes matter. And I think the people who create outcomes matter. And I think in today's world, it's all about the human resource and the human capability. If you put the wrong person in the wrong job, you're going to get the wrong results. And so, just like everything else, we have to be willing to tweak things and debate, how we can get our democracy to really work for us. I think that's a really risky point right there. We have the right man right now. I think we have a great guy in Dr. Clark.
agreed.
But will we be that lucky the next go round? He's still a young man. Hopefully, he'll stick with the job for a while. But will we be that lucky the next go round? I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's true. While I don't think it's luck, why I'm strong about the elected point is I don't want the person to be elected as an MP, but under our current system, that's the only thing they'll be elected as, right? So my
So
my
you want it to be,
ideal,
you want a separate race for finance minister?
yeah,
Or
or
how would you separate
really
it?
it really
Because
leads into a different system. It can't be done under our current system because the only thing we vote for now is our
well,
direct
I get
representative.
what Sir Berry is saying, because if if at the time, if at any given point we don't have the right man for the job, we just have these politicians, then one of them will get it, no matter which way they go. It wouldn't be the case where we just have to we have to have it have to be the case where we happen to have a guy that competent and also is in that position to be elected and then gets elected and then they get the job. There's a lot of boxes to tick versus
Yeah,
versus
yeah,
just straight up we find the right guy, we put him in the place.
I agree with the problem, but the thing is that even to fix it along the lines that's been said here, will
Mm-hmm.
require change in system because our constitution requires the minister of finance to be elected. So if
Mm-hmm.
we're
But
going
that's
to
a much
change,
that's a much smaller change, Randy, than the change you're talking about.
I mean, I think
What
so.
you're
To change
talking
it,
about right now, we don't pick the MPs and we don't pick the prime minister. It's the delegates that pick them. So you talking about a change which is like a massive light year change compared to a small change which I am proposing.
yeah, but the thing is, small or large, it comes down to constitutional reform, which to change that document requires a whole lot anyway. So it's the same level of work to change it, whether you're making a tiny change or a massive change. So do it right
Not
and done.
really. I don't think so.
Depends. Uh,
I
it,
don't
it's,
think it's the same level of work.
the
The
same as
requirement,
writing. No, man, I would say, Randy. Because if it's a bigger change and a lot more research and a lot more about how this will actually impact the way we have to go into it.
no man,
First
I'm
of
not talking
all,
about the
I
research
don't see
side
the
of things, you know.
JLP. Think, Randy, look at it like this. You see the JLP or the PNP changing them delegate system to where the delegates and pick the damn lead of the party and the MPs. That I mean, that's not gonna happen. Don't fool yourself.
I'm going to I walk the line here and say that our current constitutional system allows anyone with the right amount of delegates to run for MP, regardless of party. And while reality tells us that it's only going
So
to come from
you,
one
the
of the two
voter,
parties.
don't actually vote for the prime minister or any of the MPs. Those are selected by delegates.
Well, yeah, it's a
You
Sir
just
Berry,
vote for who the delegates
I would
choose.
like to remind you about the
Eh,
difference in our bank accounts and the difference in our consequences. So please,
Yeah, I have a
so
lot more to
please.
lose than you.
Fair play.
Very, very fair play. But please remember that mine still matter to me. So you're not wrong, but I'm for the constitutional reform. And if we could wave that magic wand, I would want to vote. What I want here is that I still want citizens of this country to have a direct say in who manages our money. So I would want us to vote, even if it's that the party that's running has to put forward the prime minister and the finance minister that they are proposing, and the vote have to go to that person. E- Even if it's that way, but I want the citizen element to remain in it. You can't remove that.
Well, I don't say anything wrong with dreaming, buddy.
All
I
right.
mean, if you don't dream, it don't happen, right?
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. That's true. Well,
Yeah, I would love to be able to vote for the prime minister, not rather that they have the delegates pick them.
I would also like that. I would also like that because the
But that's
country will be
just a
better for it.
fleeting dream of mine. I don't think I'll live to see that.
I don't know. Did you think you'd live to see the market be where it is now?
Yes, I actually did.
Damn. All right. All right. Well, I think now is the time where I think we're on the cusp of a lot of political change, which affects our pockets also.
Well,
So
I don't think our politicians are in the position that they're going to change anything that's favorable for them.
that's a different conversation that we could have. I need a lot more room to have that conversation, but it's like gerrymandering. Politicians will change things if they can see a benefit that they are more prepared to adopt
Yes.
than their competition.
So
Yeah.
Well, I think we should talk more
that's where
about
I agree.
stocks, though.
I also think we should talk a whole lot more about stocks. What, well, outside of your usual picks, Sir Barry, what's your favorite stock this year? Or what non, I can't say non Mayberry since Mayberry is you and you move the footprint, but what are you excited about the most this year?
Boy, so we're talking about what's happening in the economy and how the streams are flowing against each other, right? So I always like to tell uh the my clients that investing is the art of managing the probability of outcomes.
Mm.
So I always try to see, hey, what's the most likely outcome and effects of that outcome, and have that help me to formulate my investment strategy for the year.
Hmm.
So I would say that, financials have done well for the last 2 years. There's a lot of opportunity there, but because I don't know what the interest rate, when the interest rates are going to stop being hiked, I wouldn't want to start. going heavy into that sector before I have more visibility on the interest rates. And the interest rates aren't being driven from Jamaica, they're being driven from the US. So I don't
Mm.
think the BOJ, unless the BOJ is going to make a 180-degree turnaround, which I just don't see them doing that. They're basically in lockstep with the Fed right now. So financials are not really high on my on my list. I like JMB a lot, but I think as long as they keep hiking rates, I just don't see financials doing very well. Um, broilers. I like broilers a lot. I think we discussed that before. They're
We did.
growing a lot
We
of
did.
their
Somebody pointed
revenues.
out something to me this week. I sorry to cut, but somebody pointed out something to me this week that in the past I spoke about it as a tourism stock, and
And that's partially true too.
yeah,
But
yeah,
but but they it's not as much of a tourism stock as CB, because my understanding is that CB have most of those hotel contracts,
mm.
not
But
broilers.
CB,
Yeah,
but CB has had, from what I see in the news, some supply issues over the last few months. No,
yeah, but that's just a short term thing. So I mean, that's a
you know,
short
but
term thing.
a lot can change in the short term.
I things can always change. I won't rule it out, but I hear what you're saying.
Mm.
I hear what you're saying. So I
All
think
right.
CB will soon sort out their problems and they'll be back online and
You think they'll ever
they'll be
list?
part. No, I don't think so. They
Mm.
were listed before,
And they chose to leave. Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, Mayberry helped to take them off the market back in the day.
So can maybe we might have some say in
Bring
the
them
matter
back,
then
man.
about them coming back.
No, man, I don't. I just don't understand the scenario under which that would happen. I don't see that. But anything can change. It's just about who is leading the company and what they want for their family. But I think they
Mm.
have a great setup though. They have a very strong company. They have determined within the family who is leading the companies, and the companies are all doing well. And they don't need to be on the public market. So why you want to create work for yourself where you don't need to create work? You know?
Because I want own pieces of a company that I can't own currently. So
Yeah, but if you can own 100% of a great company, you're not gonna sell 10% or 20% or 30 or 40%. No,
not unless
because
I have a good reason to. That's true.
yeah, nobody does that.
Yeah,
That's why most of the companies in the world are private.
that's true, and that's why some of the richest companies in the world are private.
There you go.
Yeah. All right, let me take two from our audience. Two people actually asked us in two different ways. I'll put a third way to it. They want to know your position on the current junior market limit, and if you have any preferences as to the raise. I know that a raise has been
Proposed.
has been proposed. I know your thoughts on that.
I support it. I mean, I think originally when it was set, it was about 5 million US. Um, my feeling is that 5 million US is a bit low when you look at the what 5 million can do for a corporation trying to put a company together that can really, hire a couple hundred people and really produce stuff. Um, and because of the currency movements, it's now way below 500 million. So, if I was like the Minister of Finance, I'd put it to like 10 million US, is what I would
Mm,
do. It's
mm,
worked great. It's worked great because, Jamaica, what a lot of people don't understand about Jamaica is that Jamaica has a huge culture that focuses on minimizing taxes, right? And there's a huge industry of accountants and attorneys that's all they do for a living, right? And so people tend to suppress income, and in suppressing income, they suppress the taxes that they pay. And when companies go public, they get higher valuations when they increase income. So, in my experience, the junior market, um, after about year three, it was cash flow positive from a tax point of view to the government.
Mhm.
It encourages people to print higher numbers, and in printing higher numbers, they end up, at first they don't pay any tax, but
Mm-hmm.
after you go 10 years printing those high numbers, you can't suddenly stop making money. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
if I was the government, I would just audit you because it don't make no sense, right? So it gets people into a habit of trying to hit higher and higher income and profits because it affects the valuation positively, and it feeds into the tax base. The companies have better governance, so they tend to grow faster. They qualify for bigger bank loans. It's the whole thing is just very positive for Jamaica. So,
Mm-hmm.
I would put it to 10 million US and put it in
Ooh,
US so that if the currency changes, it doesn't, have
it's
to keep
pegged to that.
resetting it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if our law can allow for that though, but that's for the lawyers to determine. But I don't know if we can peg something to US dollars in Jamaican dollars under our laws, because since it is written in the law. But
What do you
that's
mean peg it
so.
to Jamaica, US in Jamaica?
Yes, a side point, but I don't think like I don't think the government can like put something
Why?
in
They have
law in a
index
different
bonds. Why they
Of
currency.
can't
course
do
you
that?
can. I think
Not
you
that you can't index it, not that it can't be done, but the junior market limit is literally written into the law. So you can't
Yeah, just
it,
say the Jamaican equivalent of 10
of
million US dollar.
USD. Yeah.
That's all you have to put. Why
I
not?
know it can be said, but again, I defer to the lawyers here, but there's a weird thing in law where like the Jamaican law can have as its base another currency, even though in reality so much of what we do
Well, let's
is
not split
obviously
years. They just reset it every couple of years.
Yeah, or give it to,
that I'd agree with.
give it yeah, give it you can find a way to move like
Yeah.
something like that. Put it
I,
to revise it or so FSC determines the limit and then FSC says something. That can be its own
correct.
problem.
Annual, yeah, yeah, annual revision. I agree with something like that to make it a bit easier. And for the people listening, I wonder what that means. That number that Sir Berry spoke of brings us to about 1.5 billion as a junior market limit.
Beautiful.
That would be massively,
Mm-hmm.
that would be wonderful. Because all I've heard so far is 750 mil, and some people
750
have
or
said, yeah,
750
1
and 1
billion.
billion. Yeah.
Yeah, but 1.5 would keep us going for maybe another 10 years easy, 10, 15 easily.
And if it's in USD, then even more, right?
Yeah,
You don't find much reason for it to fall. I think that's a great thing.
yeah, yeah. Whew. That's a good point. The second one, a little cheeky one. How do you feel about the shorting on the market, Sir Berry? We were promised it last year, we didn't get it, but I'm holding out hope for this year,
Boy,
2023.
you're hopeful.
Yeah,
Because not the first year I hear say hopeful.
yeah.
Well, I
Dream world,
think
why not?
definitely shorting adds liquidity to the market, but if you don't do it right, it can also be a nightmare. So, in markets which, I would say our market is not really that sophisticated. I don't. It's a nice to have, but doing it wrong would be a bigger mistake than not doing it. So until the JC finds out the right way to do it, I mean, if it's delayed, I'm not gonna be the one to beat them up over it because shorting means you can make literally an unlimited loss. So you have to have good mechanisms in place to monitor that and to make sure that people who should not be doing that end up doing it because it can be very painful.
It can be very painful. And it can be. I leave it there. But I would love to see it nonetheless. And lest we forget, it is also a safety valve for the market, meaning markets without shorting that crash, markets with shorting that crash, even when it's crashing, there are people who are earning, which saves many institutions. So it actually acts in many ways as, but the safety valve
Yeah, man,
itself can be very
it's a good
dangerous.
it's a good
Yeah.
thing when done properly.
And even just
Yeah,
looking from risk, you can manage that even better then.
yeah. Any chance of maybe stepping out and doing it first on their own? Because I know that technically, without anything changing, we have the legislation for it and everything. Any chance of that?
We lend stock, you know. We have been lending stock for a long time, but we won't do it for Tom, Nick, and Harry. We don't have a platform which allows us to do that, you know.
Mm,
But if you want
I
short
don't see the
some,
platform enough.
if you want short, if you want to short, you know, it blocks big blocks,
Hmm.
and you can call us. We work a deal,
Word.
you know. But it has to be, you know, we wouldn't do that on a retail basis. It's just, you know, take too much time to work out the deal, so it would make sense.
Okay. Okay. You hear that, Danai? Imagine that.
I'm hearing loud and clear. uh,
Times over the
and
years.
you
A
should
good
write
thing I
an
know
email
better.
asking, you know, the minimum size of that block.
I already hear one thing about my pocket here, nothing else. So that was I think the end of my questions for you, sir. I don't know if you have anything else you want to say evening or anything you want to ask about.
Any questions for us?
Or the people listening. Because
Or that?
Uh,
Yeah.
can send in speaking requests.
no, not really. I'm just glad to be able to hang out with you guys again, spend like a time, exchange some ideas, and keep it going, man. You're doing a great job.
Thank you very, very
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, man, thanks. Much respect,
And
big boss.
yeah, man. And yeah, big up, and thank you for that. Next up, let me just remind everybody, you can send a speaking request. We will approve it. You can talk to us for as long as either you want or we can. I did expect one person. I saw one person, Miss Krista Forbes, who had a tweet
Would that
this
reach
week, I
people?
think, last week. Then I saw her tweet, the one where she was talking about the reality of finance.
Oh yeah. I really like that one. I retweeted. Some might.
Yeah. I wanted to find it so I can
I don't retweet much, so I think it might be on my page. I'm looking for it.
yes, I can read it properly. But big up and welcome, Miss Krista Forbes. How you doing?
Rich,
Oh, hi guys, I'm good. How are
you
you?
know, answer the question. You know, answer the question.
Which question?
Yeah, the answer is Rich. So, how are you?
You
Rich.
know, I feel like
Healthy
that
and
word
wealthy.
is so subjective.
Easy,
It
Tanto.
is. It is. It is. It is. It is subjective. Big up. Miss Krista
I found a
Forbes.
thread.
While you found the thread, all right.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Yeah, I can share it to the
Space.
the space. Yeah, that'd be great, so people can see it. Uh, I don't want to misquote you. I like the thread also. I like the point that she made, and it was
It.
before a lot of the headache started in the space. So it was good to see, in my view, it was good to see. She was saying that,
I like his
and I'm
proximity
quoting
to
here.
reality.
Yeah. I hate most of the financial advice I see on here, meaning Twitter, because it never takes into consideration that even though money itself is black and white, managing it isn't. It's an extremely emotional process, whether we acknowledge it or not. And she went on to talk about the fact that, quoting the usual financial Finbro advice. You don't need the expensive car. And that seems like a no-brainer to skip buying the expensive car so that you can invest more. Except some people really have only been working as hard as they do to buy the car they dream of as a kid, right? And this is also why I don't, I being Krista here, necessarily think that financial literacy in quotation is the key to people's financial freedom. I disagreed with that part, but I'll read on. You can know what to do and not be able to apply it because you're not emotionally ready to. That part is true. If getting your finances together is a part of your New Year's resolution, I highly recommend starting with therapy. That was a twist that I wasn't expecting. I like
Oh
that I
yeah,
saw it
same,
there.
same, same.
Yeah. Find out if you have any mental or emotional blocks around money. Work through that first so you can stay consistent with whatever plans you make. Another thing is that whether you grew up with money or not doesn't always matter. Your money habits will probably come from the people who raised you. They may have passed money habits and beliefs to you that might not make sense for your reality. If
Facts.
every time they had to spend money it felt stressful, they complain or never let themselves have nice things, you can find that you mirror those same thoughts, feelings, and behaviors because that's what you learned was normal. So the money gods touch Krista on January 7th and sent her the right set of tweets because Krista,
It's
except
a
for the financial
prophecy.
literacy, yeah, man, except for the financial literacy point, I agree with you almost 100% there. Uh,
So
So,
within that same point, there's a thing I like about that whole point generally, because I mean I often talk to people, and I know that me how I think of money and everything is far different from how other people think of money.
yep.
mhm,
And her mentioning that just being ready to take a certain step,
mhm,
it's often the bridge. I think that resides within the gray area where I can easily breach because I'm talking to somebody about the goals or whatever. In my mind, just make this you want it's pretty straightforward how you go forward with those things. But a lot of people just not really ready to be there. I think a lot of them know them. They know it's a thing I should be doing. I know if I'm
mhm,
this age, I should be worrying about this. I should be thinking about it in certain ways. But I haven't put my mind forward to that point where I'm going to think about this as responsibly as I want or whatever. So maybe I'm sort of rushing myself to be there, or I make this step, but I'm not really ready for this step. I often find out like that. So I think within that, so yes, I think financial freedom, financial literacy, that's the bridging point for people if you just don't really know then it have any way, right? It just don't make sense without it just doesn't really happen without that. So I agree with Randy there. But within that whole point, I think there's something there that I think, yeah, so something can go on for me that I think works.
Yeah. So the whole reason I was thinking about it, like I can only ever speak for myself. Like I try not to speak for other people because of course everyone has their own life.
you are gonna
But
make it on Twitter with that kind of attitude, you know.
I've survived this long. I'm going to try to keep it going. I tend to talk to myself and about myself, and sometimes it resonates. So it definitely works. But it was really about myself. Like it was really thinking about just kind of like my journey up until this point, being a business owner and stuff like that. Like I just thought about how I got to or how I have the mindset that I have today. So it doesn't even matter what's in the actual bank account. It's just a matter of how do I look at money today. So I was looking at like family. I was looking at the people that raised me. I was looking at who I was 5 years ago, and I was just thinking about how I remember when I was 17. And again, it don't matter what's in the bank account today, but I had made the decision then that one day, the bank account was going to look different. But I remember at 17, just kind of like seeing adults around me, just like every time they had to spend money, it just became such a tense environment. Like everything was, when month end come, everybody faced screw. And I was just like, what is going on? Like you couldn't ask for anything. Like I remember in high school, that's when I started my first business because I had a single parent and I was afraid to ask for anything because when you ask for something, players get tense, players get angry because I only have one parent. So I had to learn how to make my own money. But that's all I knew.
Jano,
Like so my mother was also an entrepreneur, so she taught me how to make money. So I always understood money as a concept. I always understood from a very early age how to spot, okay, there are problems in the, like there are problems that people have and they're going to pay to get them fixed. And my mother taught me how to get like how to basically create solutions that people would pay for early, like 10 years old and onwards. So I was basically doing my own business and stuff from like around 14, 15. But
also.
I never really, the part that was hush hush was the how to manage it, how to invest it, and how to actually just like grow it from there. So I knew how to make it. So I had confidence that, you know what, I can spend it because it's going to come back. And that was the root of my personal issues. So I just kind of thought about how from 17 years old deciding that, you know what, I'm going to be financially well off. I'm not going to be like my parents. I'm not going to worry about money. I'm not going to get anxious about it. And this is for a lot of people. So, hopefully my mother don't feel too bad that I'm talking about her family business or whatever. But that's the case for a lot of people that I speak to. And then after I made that decision, I was in college. I started my first business. It was doing okay, but I really had nothing to show for it. Like the money would come and the money would go into my hair, my clothes, my shoes. It was like, where is it going? And I remember one day just saying, like, I can't live like this. So around 20, I decided I have to do something different. Like something has to give. And it's not until 5 years later that I finally go, oh, now I understand what to do. Like it was a 5 year journey of learning how to manage money. And it had nothing to do with the dollars and the cents itself, because again, I knew how to make the money. The issue was I had so many emotional and mental things that I had learned growing up that actually blocked me from being able to manage it properly. So I had to unlearn that. And I just realized that like it had nothing, like I even studied finance. So I thought that would be the key to my problem. So I was like, okay, I want to be a certain type of person in the future. I'm going to study finance. So I got the finance degree. That didn't help because money, as much as it's very much black and white,
Ah,
yep,
ah. Let me
as much
think
You know
as
what's
around
it's
this.
funny?
right,
Yeah, you know what's funny? There's something funny about the fact that, as far as I can tell, let me just speak for Jamaica on the JSC. The richest people are engineers,
right,
not
I'm
not
sure.
not finance people. Finance
Yep.
people are at best CEOs.
Pretty much. So I grew up understanding that money made the world go round. I had a single parent who taught us. She was an entrepreneur, so she taught us how to build our business and solve problems and make a profit from it. Started my own business, starting in college, and kind of continued from there. But studied finance, thinking, okay, that would definitely help me to understand and manage money. It didn't. It was a completely emotional thing. And you think, oh, or some people might think, oh, it's because you're a woman. No, like I know enough people in general, men, women, and otherwise, who you can, even if they make a ton of money, you can tell that emotionally, the reason that they have to continue making so much money is because emotionally they cannot manage it. Like as they make it, it disappears. So they're great at making
I
it,
will make the
but
money.
managing it, growing it, having
What?
something to show for it, completely difficult because the managing part is so emotional. You don't realize how many people are dealing with, oh, when I was younger, I felt invisible. Now I use my money to feel like somebody, which means the money just go out the door because people need to see it. Or when I was younger, I remember wanting this car and my parents wouldn't get it for me. So I just decided that anything I want, I go and get it for myself. Men and women alike have that same thing, and a lot of people never even grow out of it. A lot of people
That's
never even decide that this is something I need to work on. They just kind of say, you know what, I saw like it works for me because I'm making the money, but it's just kind of like, but you can make it and you can have more to show for it, or you can spend it without anxiety, or you can not have to work as hard as you do to make as much as you do, or
You,
you
you
can
know most people can't slow down, or yeah, them
literally
can't, or they can't stop, reach retirement half dead, but me can't quit because yo, nothing left.
nothing
20
is
years of
left.
rich, no
Yep.
wealth.
yeah.
Yep. And
And
I've seen so much of that. I've seen so many, like, I just watched, even like when I was a kid, like, I was very vigilant. So I would look at, I remember thinking, like, going to prep school and looking at all the people who did drive the X at the time. I think around grade six is when the X6 come out. I'm not sure if that ages me. But that's when the X6 came out, and their parents were
That
driving
definitely
with the
ages you.
X6. Probably. That's when it just came out. But I remember, like, I'm just like, where are these people know? And I'm actively checking because, again, I've always been interested in the concept of how do you make money last? And a lot of these people don't have it anymore. So I'm just like, what did they do? Like, what happened? Is it just times got hard? Or was it that at a certain point in life, at the peak of their wealth or the peak of their wealth in their 30s or 40s, they were doing the most and working hard because they had the energy and the time to. But as they got older, that wasn't there anymore, or they made bad decisions based on the emotions that they had. So I just kind of realized that like it's something that we don't talk about enough. We see a lot of financial advice on here about skip the, I wouldn't say that. I would say like, skip the nice car. You see the
But
advice about buy the
well,
house early.
the thing about that, Krista, well, I agree completely. But my thing is, one, that's foolishness in most time. All of those things are just broad brushes that people take up.
Agreed.
Them hear it online, and repeat it. Why there's a reason why you can search top 5 financial tips, and everybody have the same one.
Agreed.
Right? Everybody has the same advice, and it never yet actually looks at what everybody. One was practical for most people is never what they're saying. So it's not like you can actually think that out there and a lot of people take it and it's applicable to them life. And two, they
Agreed.
don't know anybody life except them own. So it's really hard for me to look at that half the time and think that. I was going to think that I was going to bring it into the financial literacy point, because then that has nothing to do with. I mean, you're not more financially literate by hearing half of the advice out of those people give.
I agree.
Not even half. Like, you're not by any. Like, they're not really saying anything that has to do with finances. It's just really, all right, cool. I heard this on the thing. That like, it's the reason why every single time it's usually I get the question: how much of my income should I be investing
That's
monthly?
a hard
And
question.
they expect no. And the thing is, people expect that I have a hard answer to that. They think I'm going to say, okay, 20% is the amount that everybody should be investing. When 20% of your salary is different from
Yeah.
20% of Randy's salary.
Yeah.
Randy expense is nice, so to the point where he can invest way more than 20% of his salary. It's not a number you give out. It's half the time you hear things like that. It's a reason why all them go to budgeting, and then
Yes.
the budgeting that you hear isn't really budgeting. It's just, I have this format I got online and I'm going to repeat it. And I can't really tell you anything that will actually solve your life or your financial needs. I'm just going to repeat something and hope the hell it works,
Mhm.
Yeah, man.
And it's also like a lot of people kind of jump to the budgeting. It's like, okay, I'm going to get my life together, which is why I spoke about therapy. Whether you
Mm-hmm.
believe in it or not, it's just like there is some work that has to happen before you decide, okay, I'm going to put this plan in place. Like you need to actually understand like what are the things that are going to stop me from actually being consistent. Like that's a lot of the issue that a lot of people. It's like, okay, I can start the budget, but I fall off by February, I fall off by March. And
But
it's just like, mm-hmm,
my secret is the reason the budgets don't work because the budget's not tied to anything. What are
They're
you?
not,
exactly.
You don't
the
start
budget
with
not realistic.
exactly. There's no goal. There's no, okay, I am budgeting this way. I'm going to spend it this way because I need to put on X amount of money, and this X amount of money is going to go to this place because at the end of this 20-year journey, this X amount of money must build up to this Y amount of money. That never happened. So you just say, all right, cool, I need to save more. So I need to feel like more money is in my bank account because I
Yep.
feel like I'm spending too much on Amazon. So I want to budget for 3 months. I haven't really gotten the idea of how much money I should be having. But then now I have a lot of money in my bank account, and the Amazon thing looks cheaper because I have more money to spend on it. So I'm gonna spend the money because I'm saving this money for what?
Exactly. And it's just
I,
like the plan,
if the
like the
reason you hear the money must come back. That's what people say. Because
like that for a while.
because you're not saving for anything, you're saving.
Yes.
Money must come back, of course, because your idea of I'm okay is $300,000 in the bank account, and when I spend it down to 40, I get save for the next couple of months to make sure I reach back that. I want to feel okay for long enough to go back to the same thing. I wasn't really budgeting more than so, or the budget. My real goal behind that budgeting was short term. It
Yep.
wasn't the long term financial goal I want to have in my head. It's really, I just need to feel okay enough that my life not going to crazy right now, and I'm not broking
Yeah.
myself on Amazon every month.
Yep. And
Yeah,
what a lot of people don't pay attention to is just again like going back to just the fundamentals before you can even come up with the what are my actual goals. Like I think then I had a conversation with you and you're just like, what's your goal for this? And I was like, this is it, and you're just like, why? And I'm just like, I'm not actually sure. And it wasn't until I went and figured out like what are the things that why am I doing this? And a lot of people like to say, oh, it's for my family, or it's for this. Like I realize that you have to ask yourself about 5 different times. Why? Like,
If it
yeah,
sounds fancy, like if it's like the nice story from a movie, it's probably not true.
yeah, oh yeah, I'm
Or
doing
it
it for
probably
my
is, but
family. and generational wealth. And a lot of the people, like when you ask yourself why long enough, you realize the answer is actually because when I was a kid, I didn't have the 64 pack crayon. Like it's that simple and it seems trivial. It seems like that can't be it. But if you sat with yourself long enough, man, woman, child, doesn't matter. If you sit with yourself long enough, you'll realize, wow, my ambition to hit a certain goal in life might have started here. Sometimes it doesn't have to be negative. It doesn't necessarily have to be a poverty story. It could be my parents set this forward and I want to make them proud or whatever, or the weight of my parents' expectations. But the why tends to be very, very deep. And what you tend to see in your money, it's just a manifestation, sorry, of the beliefs that you already have. Like I always like how you spend your money, how somebody spends their money tends to show me like what they actually have going on inside. Like you can
Yeah,
make a ton,
it
but
is.
it making money like it's again it can be super black and white. If you know the formula, if you know what to do, the money can come. Super simple. It's the managing and the spending of it. I can look at a person, see how they're spending their money and go, yeah, man, you're not okay today, are you? And it can be something simple like over ordering food on a menu or going for the absolute best thing on the menu every single time, regardless of how it tastes. Like it's small things that tell you that a person isn't okay. And it's just like, even if you make a ton of money, you can waste a ton of money by simply just not checking why am I doing the things that I'm doing? Why am I spending the way I'm spending? Like you can spend this exact same amount of money and feel better about it if you simply had a deeper understanding of why am I doing these things. So that's kind of like the whole basis of the entire thread is just like it would help a lot of people to stay consistent and also just make better decisions that they're more comfortable with or have less anxiety or hit their goals faster in a more comfortable way that doesn't either burn them out or demotivates them if they
Yeah,
simply sat down and said, where is this coming from? Is it the voice that told me that I couldn't in grade 3? Because it sticks with you. Like when you think about like as much as we're like, oh, we've been on this earth for 20 odd, 40 odd, 50 odd years, like some things stick with you and form the basis of your entire character. And it comes out in the way that you live your life. Like there is no getting around it. So that was the whole basis of the thread.
Well, we get an
boy.
extra.
Yeah, yeah. I personally love it because it works on both sides, right? It's not just from the perspective, as you say, of scarcity where you just never have it. Although it's easy to understand that as a
hmm
Jamaican. One of your tweets hit me hard because the the last tweet about if every time your parents had to spend money it felt stressful and they complain and never let themselves have nice things. And I
Yep.
think about myself and I go,
Oh
damn,
yes.
oh my God. I'm the friend, I'm the guy who will like for my family I'll yeah, you can have it all, but for myself,
So,
Right.
I don't know
I
how
think
many
about how
times.
much money I spend. I spend for me. I mean, hold on. We're having this one car joke running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like even something
The-
like that, you don't realize that like even small things like that. So it don't even have to be a poverty story. Like there are some people who don't align with that poverty story whatsoever. But the people who raised you had their own money blueprint based on where they're coming from. So that's another thing that I realized. So my mother grew up in poverty. So while she did eventually just kind of do well for herself, she still had the belief that she was one step away from poverty. That was just her thing. And I see it a lot with like other parents or other people whose parents came from poverty. For them, it was beat poverty, beat poverty. So they spent their entire life outrunning poverty, not realizing that they beat it 20 years ago. But that's their thing. So now you come as their kid, they give you the platform. So you went to the prep school or you went to the primary school and you went to the traditional high school, then you went to university. Like you're a step above them. And because of everything that they taught you, you now believe that you are still a step above poverty. And I granted, we're always one ambulance ride away from da 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 da. But the reality is like some of our parents did put us one step above where they were. So it's like
I
we
mean,
walk
that's the
around
point, right?
thinking, yeah. So we walk
Yep.
around thinking, oh, I don't have this, I don't have this, I don't have this, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this. And it's just like that doesn't align with your current reality. Your current reality is that you have skills that are lucrative, where even if you lost it all today, you could go out and make it back. For some of our parents, that wasn't particularly the case because of how the job market might have looked, how education might have looked. So you take on their beliefs, and that's what you know as normal, and you take that out into the world. And if you never actually sit and think about where did this belief come from, you'll think that it's your own, and that's just the way it is. But that's not necessarily the case. So that's also where that part came from. It's just like you really have to, before you make any plans, before you decide, okay, this is what I want or don't want, really sit with yourself and say, where are these voices coming from? Who is speaking over me? Is this my voice? Or is this the voice of my grandmother? Is this the voice of my uncle? Is this the voice of my cousin? Is this the voice of my mother or my father, who their reality just doesn't look like mine?
Yeah. And what you also caused me to think about it from another perspective, right? And it's something that I talk about. I talk about it privately, and I talk about it like in the groups and so on. That Jamaica, everybody know the story. We had the 90s, we had FinSac, everybody went through. We all know how to tighten our belts because
Yeah.
we grew up with tight belts. Um, I know for maybe the last few years, some would say since 2015, but for the last few years, people have we have a younger class of people who have started to make money now,
Mm-hmm.
right? And there's no guidance for most people,
Pretty much.
meaning you legit sometimes like people the things that you speak about, people ask me about it, people talk, I'm sure people ask Danai. For
Mhm.
me, when I'm doing grow, even when I'm just speaking at events or people talking to me on the road or whatever, they often come with those questions, and I often tell them that, listen, don't be fooled, you assume that I know how to manage money well. I have never told you I know how to manage money well. I know how to make money well.
Yep. Two
Yeah,
different practices, two
two
different
completely different
principles.
things, right? But nobody's really putting it very plainly. There's nobody out there really telling regular people, "Hey, you're rich now. This is what you're supposed to do."
Yes.
Because we've demonized making money in Jamaica. So you hear think I mean literally think about that. I It's normal to hear, yeah, them have a whole heap of Chris Carr uptown, but I just credit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right? Anybody make money too quick, or probably drugs or something. If them in finance, or them a do all kind of things. You never
Mhm.
we've demonized
You
making
can't
money
even
well.
argue. You
We're
can't.
yeah,
You
we
can't take up
assume
for them.
exactly assume that the person must be doing something wrong, or there
Mm-hmm.
must be something evil if they made money. The Jamaican lie, one of the most popular Jamaican lies is, "Oh, I don't want to be rich. I just want to be comfortable." I
Preach.
always, I always tell people, sit down one day and calculate what
What is
comfortable is.
comfortable?
I
And
just
it
want to
looks
have
a
a
lot like
house.
rich.
Yeah, exactly. How many rooms in this house? Oh, three bedrooms. Okay. What else? Nothing big enough. I just want it. You want to have a yard? You want yard
Mhm.
space? Yeah, man. Where should it be? Well, uptown, man, all deal with crime. So you're
Oh
saying that's
yes.
like a $70 million house. You want to have a mortgage? Well, yeah. So you want to handle your mortgage without worrying. Cool. How many times a year you want to travel? Maybe
Right.
2 or 3 times. All right. And of course, you're on the first class. You don't want to be racking up the credit card and can't pay it. So how much is when you work that out? You're looking on
Rich.
easily far into the realm of rich. But we've demonized rich so people don't talk about it. And then sometimes people do things and they get too rich and they don't know. This funny enough, I don't want to link it this way, but it's linked kind of to that question that we started off the whole thing with when we were talking about what exactly could the lady have done with 6 million US.
Oof.
Because if you know, if you understand making money, especially in the financial field, that level of money, a fraction of it could have set you up for life in a way that,
Mhm.
that's what I'm saying. Like, where could the money have gone? You
Yeah,
get me?
I don't know
if
how to
it's for
say
the
that.
regular purpose, if it's you're just a thief money, then you never have to do all of that. You get me?
Yeah,
30 mil
yeah.
overall.
It's what? Sorry, what?
Yeah, at least I saw a tweet saying 30 is the
No, don't
estimate.
trust. That can't be real. Don't trust that.
Oh.
That cannot that cannot be real. But yeah, so Krista is taking your point and flipping it to the other side, saying
Mm-hmm.
the sorry, then I 30 mil just threw me off wickedly. Sorry, that threw me off wickedly. That cannot be real. Um,
The tweet was saying 6 out of the 30 is bold.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
know. I don't know if it's
That's what I saw. I saw that. Who knows how real it is?
we're gonna ignore that because that cannot be real. But what I'm saying here is that you cannot you cannot assume that making money means that you know money. And you're right. Your tweet like has resonated with me because I see things in myself that are
Yeah.
like that. Then I'll tell you how many times I bought headphones because I buy the cheap ones. I buy six of the cheap headphones. I
And
don't want them like, wait, why wouldn't you just have bought the expensive one? And
One
I
time.
kind of did that, and I've had that expensive one for what, 2, 3 years now.
right? And I wish we talked about it more. Like,
Oh
so
no, man! But
Exactly.
have you ever argued for that? Meaning they spend more money on this thing because that brand is good enough that it will last. That's a concept a
So
lot of people fight you on, especially in Jamaica. Trust me, man. Buy the
I
cheap
mean,
yeah,
shirt, cause
man.
it's cheap.
I
I
get
just
so
want
we
shirt.
so we know why it is, right? So we want to give people grace and we want to be like we understand. So what we're getting at here is poverty PTSD. That's the new term that people have come up with is poverty
Jesus.
PTSD. I
Did
talk
you
about
just
it
come? Are you
quite
people?
often.
Are you
Krista,
people?
you just make a buzzword on our program and then try to pass stuff. Is it a new fetch?
Oh my god,
Huh.
is that sorry.
Is this a new fetch? What's going on?
I apologize. I sincerely apologize. I did not want to get kicked off, but fine. Buzzword. Are we allowed to use buzzwords or is that a no?
No. I'm asking if you made that up
No, I
in the
didn't make it
moment,
up.
and then
We talked about
people been using it. You
no.
know, it's popular
Yeah,
in
nah.
Florida.
Yeah, no. Did not. So it was more along the lines of like the term that we're going for here is actual poverty PTSD. So we all know what it is. Amazing. Like we've definitely been talking about it for a few years because I think things
We
are shifting. People have been talking about it for a few
Are you
years.
people, Krista? Krista, I'm going to cut you
This is
because I
for
see.
your
Wow,
style,
but
your style.
I'm going
My
to
You
bad.
can
cut you
get a
one sec.
Wikipedia page on this. Like,
I'm gonna cut you one sec. I'm bringing another another market player, Sir Paul Anthony Simpson himself, who has been on the market, on not the market, sorry, on the timeline, at least my timeline, very active over the last few weeks. Sir
indeed.
Simpson, how you doing?
Thanks for having me. Sometimes I sneak into your program, wonderful program. Um, you and then I really deep on the markets, and of course, having Chris Berry, and that's just more guru right there. And I see Simon, and as well, it's crazy. Four gurus on the market, all in one space. I mean,
Mind if
I've
you
been,
come,
I've been,
Chris? I
I've
don't
been,
like how you guys
I've
skip
been.
Krista, you know.
Yeah. Of course, of what we've adopted. I've adopted Krista now as family, right? Because she's because she's really coming and brought she and Simon brought pitch deck to life, which is just unbelievable. So thanks for the support. Thanks for the support and that Randy and Garden and supporting Simon and Krista and myself and that massive move. And of course, I'm gonna have to ask CB to help out. Certainly you guys have a following that is unparalleled and the spaces. I've been introduced to the spaces by Simon. I've been on it now for 4 weeks. Twitter
Hmm.
Spaces, and it's just been a great experience to vent and to share experiences. But I don't want to veer too much. Just saying you guys are amazing in how you look at the market. I wish I had known about this from 2019 or 18 when I just got back into the securities dealing space.
Hmm.
My understanding, Randy, is that he used to beat me up a lot, but that's fine. It helps us to be better.
What do you mean? Hold on, no man. As
Really
we
beat up?
discuss,
Go
I didn't
ahead.
want to hold on. No,
That,
hold
that
it
sounds
content first.
No,
unfamiliar.
no, no.
No
I'm
man,
being
hold wait. I
controversial. A
like all of
joke, a
them.
joke, a
No man,
joke,
I
a
like all
joke,
of
a
them. No
joke.
man,
I
wait.
here's,
Let me
I
tell you
here's
one thing. Let me tell
Danai.
you why
I
big
here's
dog.
Danai, right?
No man, if it's Dana, it's us. But I don't want to say no. I want to first. I want to acknowledge the point that we were talking about with Krista, which is I think is a very important point. So we're going to come back to it. 'Cause I think you
Mhm.
can give a hell of a view to that, Paul. But
Go
since
ahead.
you mentioned that
Go ahead.
specific point, beat up in what way? You mean like
No, man.
you
I'm
talking?
just.
What we
I'm just.
talking
I'm
about?
just.
Barita and APOs?
Yeah. Not when you get to know me a little bit more, Randy. I'm just poking fun. But yeah,
Hey,
I'm,
me
I'm,
If you
I'm
too,
get to
going
man.
know
to.
us,
I'm
then you
going
know
to
what to say.
hopefully I can convince you on why APOs are not too bad, not too bad for the market.
So,
Let me
so
tell
it's
you.
still
I'll tell
bad.
you something. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a secret. Why at least the spaces I try to do along with Danai are good.
Yeah,
We go
man.
straight honesty and sensibleness. You see the
Yeah,
fact
man.
that you had to kind of say not too bad a
Too
while ago
bad.
tells me
Yeah.
that you already know. You already know the reality of the thing.
No, 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 no. I wouldn't. So let me just tell you, if you your skew is to not like APOs, my understanding is, and
No,
clearly
no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
on.
no, no. In fact, I like you
Tell
bring it
me.
up. So, Krista, we're sorry. Let's derail for a second. Let me give you my view on
All
APOs,
good, guys.
and then we have a good conversation on it. Krista, I'm so sorry. We're gonna come back. So here's what I think, right?
Go ahead.
Here's how APOs work for me, right?
Hmm.
Let's say Danai has a company. Danai's company sells cars, right?
Yes.
Danai owns 80% of the company. The rest of the public owns the other 20%.
Yeah.
Then I get a chance to buy the car lot next door. Let's say I'm in Mandeville, the home of car lots. Um, and the car lot next door costs 10 million. And for Danai's company to buy that car lot, they'd have to raise the 10 million.
Hmm.
So the company has to raise 10 million. It can issue, let's say, 10 million shares at $1 each. But for
Hmm.
Danai to keep his ownership percentage, and bear with me, Paul, I'm just bringing the whole crowd up to speed. I know you know this stuff already. So for Danai's
Yeah,
company
man. I
to,
consider myself an expert.
I would certainly hope so. Yeah, so for Danai's company to get the 10 million, Danai would have to find, if he wants to keep his 80% ownership, he has to find 8 out of the 10 million out of his pocket, right? We're all clear on that, right?
You mean
Including Danai.
if you're doing an APO?
No, no,
No,
no,
man.
just generally.
If
Danai's
I'm
Okay, go on.
company,
Go ahead. Yeah.
Danai's
Okay.
company needs to raise 10 mil.
Hmm.
If Danai wants to keep his 80%
He has
ownership,
to.
he has to find 8 out of the 10.
Right. Okay.
Cool. Now, a right issue, the correct way to do it, um, would would involve him having to find that money, or maybe he could go out personally and borrow it or whatever, but he has to find that money. And all the other shareholders, myself included, in that little 20%, whatever our ownership percentage is, we'd have to find that level of money. Or assuming it's the right kind of right issue, which is a renounceable right issue, the best kind. I don't assuming it's a renounceable right issue, we
So
could
so
sell
so
that
what is
right.
the difference between a renounceable rights issue and an APO?
Well, in an APO, you bring in the public, so people who are not shareholders get a chance to come in, which then creates a price point because it usually, assuming that the rights issue or let's call it the secondary offering, assuming that the secondary offering is done at a price that is cheaper than the current market price, that would be attractive to anybody who wants to buy in. If
Mhm.
you open that up to the public is obviously going to take the attractive pricing. The problem with that is that you now have a significantly large amount of people who have gotten shares at a significantly lower price. And profit for them, at least on the JSE, starts at 1 cent above whatever that secondary offering price was.
Mhm. And
Which
then
means that,
the people in
let's
the ring
say,
before that lost.
yeah,
When
everybody in the
the
ring
APO
before
came to
that,
me, yeah, I don't have a reason to hold these shares. There's no benefit tied to the shares. The same shares I getting if I buy into the APO.
All right. So let me give you a different perspective. So I hear
Mm-hmm.
you. And so clearly I'm not as technical as you and Danai. So
no man,
if I
five
need to
minutes
be,
ago you called yourself an expert. Don't do that
in
Expert
now.
now, we know.
No,
in
no,
APOs, but if
no.
the technicalities of the market, I think you guys beat me. But if we're gonna make this conversation fair, my second is on, which is Raman. So if I anywhere I fall down on Raman, I'm sure will help me out on. So look at this perspective, Randy. You use the example of a car company, and so let's say you manufacture cars, and you want your shareholders to you want to create alpha for your shareholders over 10 years. And so your aim is to give your shareholders the best return, in the most efficient way possible, right? So you have four shareholders, and in the four shareholders that you have, one of the shareholders is a car seat manufacturer. The other one is a car tire manufacturer, and the next one is a car manufactures the rims for the car, and the last one sprays the car. Okay, so you have in your kind of circle of car manufacturing, four persons who contribute to the making of the car. The rest you have to outsource. You have to outsource the metal, the aluminum to make the car, the electronics to put into the car to make the car work. What happens then if you wanted to strategically align yourself to increase the return over time to your current shareholders by being efficient and cost effective by bringing in a partner that will create alpha in being a partner to your process of making cars? What would
That
you
makes
do?
complete sense. What would I do?
hold
I
on,
would.
hold on.
No, I'm about to tell
I
you.
don't want to. I don't want to. Let me finish. I just want. Let me just
Okay,
round out
sorry.
the point because I know I'm right.
Sorry. Okay, okay.
So what you do, right? Is I said to myself, you know what? I am going to bring in a strategic aluminum partner into the business that can see our business. Hopefully, I can negotiate on the price to bring in the aluminum to make the car, and so that will bring into the ecosystem efficiency, cost savings, and so of course I'll end up being able to, for my initial shareholders, give them more returns because, of course, the cost of now producing a car, bringing in a strategic partner should fall, and I'm not bringing him in if he's not going to be
Actually,
creating some
strategic.
amount of being strategic. So he comes
Agreed.
in, he
Agreed.
speaks to all of my shareholders per se,
Mm-hmm.
and says, you know what? I am going to give you 20% off what I do at market, and offer that 20% saving to the company I'm now a part of. And the shareholders accepts him. How do you bring in that strategic shareholder? Well, you have to issue
Yeah, actually,
shares.
you
You have
actually
to
want me
issue
to answer?
shares. Hold on, no. You have to issue
Okay,
shares.
okay,
Well,
okay.
no, sorry. You don't have to issue shares. That strategic shareholder can come in by purchasing shares from existing shareholders, or you have to issue shares. All
Mhm.
right. So, if you believe in the company, you're not going to want to sell your shares that you have, and and the shareholders are a matter of fact. The shareholder coming in, if he's in there for the long term and it says to you, well, I'm in there for the long term, he's not going to want to see you selling shares either. So the best way is to issue shares. And how do you issue shares? Well, you have an additional share offer. In public companies, you do that
Mm-hmm.
through an APO, and in private companies, you
Hold
call it
on,
an
hold on,
additional.
hold on.
Hold
You
on,
can't just slip that.
Yeah,
No, you can't slip
you
that one
have
in
it
here
as an
just like that,
additional
Paul. No.
private offer. All right, your turn now.
All right, cool, cool. I'm gonna go back to the first point. How would I get that done? I'm gonna agree with you there. I would have to issue shares in order to do it. And I would obviously want the partnership with these strategic partners because I want to tie in these manufacturers because that helps the long-term growth of my business. Still in agreement with you there.
Okay.
However, I have to remember that I am not the only person in this business. There's a 20% shareholding, which includes the public. And I
No
have a
man, no man, no
fiduciary.
man. Remember, I'm talking about APOs in general,
I
private
am
and
I'm,
public.
I'm also speaking about it. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I have other shareholders, and those
Mhm.
shareholders, I have a fiduciary right to them, and I have to understand where they are also coming from. So for me, who owns 80% of the company, I'm thinking about, and I should be thinking about the 20-year journey of the company. Because for me, it means that, listen, if I get these guys on, in maybe even in 5 years, my dividends might be tripled, right?
Right, right,
In
right, right,
10
right.
years, yeah, man, in 10 years,
Absolutely.
my children might be able to inherit something that is worth 10 times more than what I have because of this move. But there's also a slice of my shareholding that involves people who put them 100 grand in because they wanted it to become 120 grand. No, if I bring in members of the public at a lower price, I am creating a price ceiling that is going to negatively affect anybody who cared about the capital gains of this stock. So, yes, I have to bring in the strategic partners, but how I bring them in is extremely important. So, what I
Excellent,
would do,
excellent point.
yeah,
So
man, hold on, let me wrap it. Let me tell you, no, man,
you haven't
it's not done
negated
yet. Let me tell you it. So,
you
here's
haven't
how, here,
negated my point yet. I'm
So
waiting
make
on
I'm
him
it.
try now.
about
Make
to.
make him do
I'm about to. I'm
it.
about to.
Okay.
Here's where it comes now. So, what I would do is I would have a renounceable rights issue, and
Yes.
I would renounce the percentage of shares that those strategic partners want. I would renounce it from my shareholding. I would sell them it for $1. Not the shares. I would give them the rights for $1. They would, of course, buy the shares that they've bought the rights to, and they would then become strategic partners. My other shareholders would respect the fact that I did it that way because I didn't bring in the public at a lower price. So chances are the share price, which they care about and which any strong, sensible CEO also cares about, the share price would likely appreciate as a result of that. My shareholders would reward me with loyalty, and my new, as you call it, external shareholders, stakeholders, would also be able to come into the business. And yes, I would be diluted a bit, but overall the pie would be bigger, and I would still be able to hold what I want to hold. And the beauty of it is I also wouldn't have to spend that heavy money out of my pocket. This is how you keep the wheel balanced on both sides.
Mm,
If I don't think about the people who care about cap gains, then I would do an APO. But those people would be screwed, which is why GMMB is where it is at this point, three,
so
four
so
years
so so
after the fact.
so
And
so let's
Cygnus
go down the
and
point.
KPUE.
Let's go down the avenue you've gone down. Um, so you've got a few companies in the market that did APOs, and I hope that companies continue to do renounceable rights issues and APOs. Uh,
I
so
perished the thought, the last one. But keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
so let's say you have a company that an initial set of shareholders were bought in at $9, and you had a rights issue at, let's say, $15, and then you had a rights issue which is a different type of rights issue, which is the rights issue that you speak about, a renounceable rights issue at $45. Um, that those shareholders who would have bought in at the business when the business was $9, $9.20, has made a capital gain of what, 300%? Nine fours 36,
We'll call it that.
nine
Yeah.
five 45.
Yeah.
So that's 500%. So if you're setting up your company for the next 20 to 100 years,
Mm-hmm.
and your majority shareholders are retail shareholders, and you know that you're going to need help from Chris Berry, from Edufocal, from Stocks on the Rocks, uh, you know, who are not a part of your shareholding, but will provide some amount of stability and can provide 20, 30, 40 times the funding
Mm-hmm.
that will capitalize the business, which will in turn, in the long run, give those retail shareholders, those mom and pop guys, uh, alpha if they stay in the business. uh, how do you bring them in if the renounceable rights issue is the avenue that you choose? Because in the renounceable rights issue, you're going to be diluted, but how many
Mm-hmm.
shares are going to be renounced?
Well, you
Uh,
decide, right? If I own
no,
X
no. So I'm
percent of the
asking you. So
shareholding,
if your amount of shares is capped, you're not issuing any more shares, but you're only renouncing the existing shares that
no,
you
no,
have.
no, no, no. And that's not what happens in a renounceable rights issue. In a renounceable rights issue, you are creating new shares, but they are assigned to the current shareholding. So
By
there's
who?
no
By who? By who?
by you, the person who runs the company, by the board.
No, by the
Not by
person.
rights.
No, by the person renouncing
Yes,
No.
but
their
remember that
rights.
you have a say over 80% of the shares. So I could, let's say, okay, in the APO situation, when the APO is done, my strategic partner, my aluminum strategic partner, let's say Stocks on the Rocks, they now own 10% in the APO situation. Barita owns 10%. Mayberry owns 10%. And then the regular public maybe now owns let's say 15%. So we're now up to what, 45, and then I own the remaining 55%, right? In the APO example. In the renounceable rights issue, I could simply bring in those three people by renouncing 10% of my 80% to one party, then 10% to another party, and 10% to the other party.
Uh,
There is no situation that you
that
can get
that is
to
a fair point. If
which
you
I
plan to
hold on.
limit, if you plan to limit the amount of capital you're bringing in from that strategic partner.
Well, I would expect that you'd have already planned the amount of capital you need. I don't want it to have the price of getting an open book for capital cannot be retail investors should be screwed. That's not a price that I would ever be okay with paying. You can get any amount of capital you want in an APO. You can also get the same amount of capital in a rights issue, and you can do it in a rights issue in order to protect those retail investors' rights.
And then when you when you renounce your rights in the rights issue, how do
Mhm.
you strike that balance between what you want to have and the strategic partners uh, uh, intent to own a particular amount of the business?
Think
Well, you
would you start
decide.
there?
Yeah, you decide at the start how much of this business am I willing to give up, and then you split that up amongst the strategic partners. This is what's available, because
So
I am
so
not willing to go below 55% ownership, so I am willing
yeah.
to give up X amount to you in this renounceable rights issue. So
I,
the
I'm
effect
I'm
of
not
what will
I'm
happen.
not sure I'm following you on the logic, but I mean if I hear you.
Yeah, no,
Um,
I can show you. I can match it out, man. It's literally the only difference between the two is that in an APO, the retail shareholders get screwed because what has
no,
happened,
but
whatever the APO price is,
again you yeah. So
whatever the
hold on, Randy. Hold on, Randy. So the way you're looking at it, um, uh, in saying that the retail shareholders get screwed, I think, and forgive me if I'm wrong, that
Mhm.
parochial view is broad brushed. What I'd say to you is,
No, sir.
again, no man, we can agree. We don't have to agree.
But the
I'm
numbers
just I'm
can't
just I'm
lie.
just
Literally, your company is the only one that has done this, whose share price has not tumbled, and that's because, as the market evidence shows, a lot of spending happened around the right timing to ensure that the tumbling would be absorbed. In fact, when I teach at Grow, I tell people clearly that, listen, Barita is the only one that has done an APO that seems to also look out for their retail shareholders, right?
but I want to tell you, so this is where I'm going. So this, if you use us as a test case,
Mm-hmm.
or a use case,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and of course I'm just one director on the board of Barita, so I'll just
I
speak
understand.
from a very um,
Personal point of view.
personal point of view.
Right.
Uh, if we if the team, in my view, did not uh, look to strategic partners to bring in a particular size of of capital at the time, uh, and of course, persons might look at us and say, okay, well, you saw, a trough coming, and he capitalized the business just in time. I think that there was an article out that said that Mayberry, Barita, and Scotiabank is one of the best capitalized businesses in on the market, in the market. If
Mm-hmm.
to bring in those huge strategic partners who we thought was strategic at the time, who could bring in $1.5–2 billion a pop, $3 billion a pop at points in time. Uh, it would be preparing the business for 20, 40, 60 years into infinity. We thought at the time that in the long run, the retail investor, the shareholders who, persons refer to them as the minority shareholders, would benefit. And how they would benefit, not necessarily on the IPO or the rights issue. It is the business itself now having gotten on and gotten in the strategic partner could do deals, fund deals, explore regions, which would bring in open new markets which we would never have seen before. What would then redound to the bottom line of the business, which would flow to the investor.
Through
That's number one.
dividends.
Through
That's
no,
agreed.
hold on. No, not only through through dividends, yes, but
But not
follow
through
me
cap
here.
gains.
Follow me here. That's where I'm going. When the potential of those partnerships are realized, is not income that would also flow. People would want to get into your stock because, all right, I just saw Mr. Buffett bought 7% of Mayberry. Rated is what him know, what me don't know. So I go run down the stock. The demand for the stock is going to go up. If the demand of the stock go up, then guess what? I'm buying on the potential of what Mayberry can become. I'm buying on the potential on what SVL can do, not what the earnings possible is right now. And the demand for that stock goes up. But here's what you haven't thought about, Randy. When you bring in a strategic partner, they're bringing in people who you don't know to be attracted to your stock. They're bringing in a whole different set of aluminum producers that you wouldn't even have access to, who's now
Mm-hmm.
looking at your company, who regard
Mm-hmm.
them as their that partner as a market leader, to say, wait, what if that guy's looking on your stock, then rated, this must be something I want to buy. And that has nothing to do with dividends. That
I,
all drives down to the cap gains. And guess who benefits from those cap gains? The minority
every other
shareholders.
shareholder. Yeah, everybody.
It's
But Paul,
every shareholder. And so my
but
point
Paul.
is, when choosing a strategic partner
Mm-hmm.
to come in, thinking about the minority and majority shareholder being in the same boat as the minority shareholder, um, you would want to guess and hope that the board making a decision whether to do APO 1 or APO 2 or rights issue 2, a non-renounceable, a renounceable rights issue, would be because not necessarily a dividend play, but a cap gain play, so minority shareholders can make the money, can make money. So what we did is trust our board to say, well, I hope that doing this APO um, will cause the right partners to come in and rejig the top 10 shareholders and build a business, who can help build the business over the next 40 years.
Paul, that
Uh,
all sounds good. But for a minority shareholder who is just trying to pay them school fee and not thinking the next 40 years, a share price that stagnates for 3 years is death. It means I
Oh,
put
I
my money in
agree.
and it never go anywhere.
And you've had share price. You've had companies whose share prices have stagnated for 10 years, 15 years.
Well,
But my
yeah,
point is,
but no, but
my,
linked to
my
the
point is,
APO
Randy.
point.
My point
Linked
is,
to the
Randy.
APO point.
Yeah.
Every
I'm
single
going back to the APO
company,
point.
every single
Go,
company that has done one has stagnated. Literally every
well,
single one. Yours is the only one that hasn't. And I mean,
and again,
the exception is not
I
the
don't
rule.
operate. I don't operate in the other companies, but I'm a board member
Yeah.
in Barita, right? And what I can say to you is that when you look for strategic partners, the hope is that that strategic partner can bring alpha to the business, which will bring alpha to the appreciation of the synergies in the company, which bring appreciation to the stock
But Paul,
to the minority shareholders. Go ahead, asked.
but there's no argument against strategic shareholders. We're not saying that.
No, of course not. I know, understand.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
saying I don't know why other boards would do a APO,
We,
but I can tell you why we would think about it. And it's to redound to the benefit of the shareholders, because you don't come into a business for dividend alone.
That's
In
true.
my understanding is you come into a business for cap gain. When Edifocal moved from $1 to $5, you can pay dividends for the rest of your life. It's not a 500% dividend you get it.
I
Um,
understand
you
that. But
know,
then, Paul,
when
think about it.
SVL moved from $9 to $30, I'm not in it for in SVL. I'm not betting on SVL to because of dividends. I'm betting on it because Barry understand the gambling business better than anybody else in Jamaica, and I said that here, right?
All right. But
So
hear me
so
out now.
so
Hold on. Hear me
so
out now.
that's why you invest in a business. You believe in the management of the business. Go ahead.
All right, but watch me. If there are two routes, both of them can give you the level of buying that you want, including specialized buying from special parties. But
Sure.
one limits you in terms of the smaller shareholders, or any, not even smaller. One limits your future share price upward movement. Why would you pick that one over the other one?
You have to be more specific than that.
No. An APO, literally no company that has done it, with the exception of yours, no little APO watch list on My Money JA, and literally Cygnus,
How many
the
companies
APO
have
firm.
done APOs in Jamaica?
I think at this point I'm gonna say five. I have four on the list,
Uh,
and I can't remember who the other one is. I know Cygnus has, I know JMB has, I know of course Barita has, KP Reed has. Then you remember any of them? Any of the others off the top of your head?
and
proven.
and how, and how many have done APOs successfully?
When
We
you say
call it successfully.
successfully, what do you mean?
Made money for their minority
Oh, what?
shareholders.
Just one.
One.
So it comes down to the money. It comes down to the money. So I can't I'm not comparing myself to anybody else. I just know how my board look at minority shareholders, and understanding that minority shareholders must make money. There's a stock that in 2010 started out as which I think has been an epic failure, and I'll speak to that a little bit more over the coming weeks. It's going to be controversial. I think it's been an epic failure to shareholders holding that stock. Um,
Which stock is that? Which stock is that, Paul?
As I'm going to talk about it over the coming weeks, not tonight,
What
right?
about it? What about it
But
again?
in 2010, I suspected that stock was going to be a different type of vibe until they created a different class, which pays a different type of people, and everybody's not in the same
Mm,
boat in that stock.
mm.
I think stocks should, for me, when you go into us, like if I go into SVL and I go into MJE, me at the same boat as the man them who are run the business. I don't want to go in a business. It's just for stored value. You're not getting no dividends, and chances are the money is coming out before it even accretes properly to the stock. Um, and I've thought about becoming an active shareholder in that business. I could,
I encourage you
You
but
to.
probably should. You probably should.
I encourage you to 100%.
I should. I probably need to sit down with Chris for him to teach me how to do that. Um,
Well, I don't know
Randy
when
have
you
a
teach
class,
you.
you know.
I do have a class, it's an
no,
amazing
no,
class.
no.
But I
What
say
I can
step
tell
out
you
is
is
to
that
buy.
going to school is different than practicing, right? Who
I
can
agree,
do teach, right?
which is why
Not that
mine.
saying Dana, you and Randy teach I can't do, because of course you've been doing. I've heard that you've made a bag of money. I've heard the secret, Dana. Chris,
Oh,
I see you come off mute. So say something.
Randy, I'm not hearing Paul on my end. I don't know if other listeners are having the same problem.
No, we're hearing him pretty fine. You might
yeah,
want
pretty
to
clear.
jump off and jump back on, because I think him just ask you if you. He asked a view that you could give. So if you jump back off, maybe you close Twitter and come back on. You should be able to hear him fine.
Chris, you can. Let me see who else. Dana, you can hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, man, we're hearing you loud and
You
clear.
hear me? Krista, you can hear me?
I'm hearing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Probably you
yeah, man.
text
So,
Barry and tell him to jump off. Okay, all right. Gardner hearing? All right, cool. Probably, yeah. So I'm telling you, you have stocks, particular stocks on the market, which has discouraged me, by the way,
yeah, man.
Danai and Randy, right? Um,
Hmm.
for certain stocks, I want to be in that stock that I am in the same boat as the owner. I don't want to be in no other boat but the one that the owner in, because that owner is going to do everything he can to grow that business. If there's some other way to siphon money, take money out of the business,
Hmm.
have some other class of shares that get paid before you get paid, and all sorts of things, and they're doing it in a very sophisticated way while still hugging you up, stay far from that stock.
But I think that's a dangerous thing to say though, because so many companies on the market have that sort of dual arrangement. Proven has
Like
that.
who?
Proven has a preferential arrangement that I think allows that. I could be wrong.
Who
I
else?
create it also I think has that sort of arrangement. Um, I am going to say that I can think of two. I know there are at least two more, but the name's not coming to me. But I know I've read of those sort of arrangements. Proven came to mind very quickly though, and I create. Um, but as long as the
Do you
ordinary
do you invest
class,
in proven stock?
no, it has not met my investment criteria for the
Yeah,
years.
no, yeah, I understand, and plus you're wise. Um,
Yeah.
well, nobody can beat me, so I mean, I can talk. So I mean, and you say
Paul,
you
I gotta
like
tell you, I
straight
gotta tell
talk.
you,
You
like,
say you
I'm going
like
to tell.
straight talk on
No,
this,
I do,
but
I do, I do, I do. But I also, I'll tell you, like I told Barry earlier, I also don't have the yacht. So please wait till I have a yacht before you bring that
I
up. You
draw
like
you
straight
out.
talk?
All
No,
right, I
it's
won't
fine,
draw
it's
you
fine. No, 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 go ahead. I want to hear what you're saying. So because I know Proven has that sort of setup, and
Yeah. I plan to talk about it. And let me just tell you the users while they're on.
mhm,
If you don't mind me saying this, Randy. Follow Stacks on the Rocks and follow Paul Simpson J for Pitch Deck. We're doing some great
mhm.
things. Randy's been helping us. That's at PAULSIMPSONJ. Follow Pitch Deck, because we helping entrepreneurs realize their dreams 100%. Follow Krista as well. She's also helping on that front. All right,
Yeah,
go
man.
on, go on,
Paul.
go on, Randy.
Listen,
I'm not begging on Randy. Randy, no about the bad mind thing. Always just first of all, Randy. Me here say you used to go Arden, right?
yeah,
Right.
of course. Yeah,
Randy is
yeah,
a guy.
of
Me
course.
just tell you now. Randy is a Arden man, right? And so him supposed to support me 100. All right.
I
Go
I
on, Randy.
I support the pitch deck movement. I support the pitch deck movement because it helps entrepreneurs. As an entrepreneur myself, I love it. Yeah, man. But I don't know about the bad mind
Straight up.
thing. Yeah,
Bad boy, we not
I
support
do
that.
support it. Yeah, at all. Which is why you're here. I wouldn't have an issue if I didn't want that happening. I wouldn't have it said at all. Um, yeah, there's literally no worry about that. So I think maybe anybody telling you that, tell them to ask me about it because I'm also very straightforward. Um,
Which
but
what is that, Randy?
going
I
back to,
missed that. You're talking about a pitch deck?
I don't know what no, no, yeah, as in I support the thing. I wish I
Oh,
could if I had the money
yeah,
and I
man,
take
yeah,
care
man.
of
No,
it
man,
and
no, man.
retweet.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying, support it, support it, support it. That's all I'm
yeah, yeah,
saying.
yeah. There's
Retweet it.
absolutely no bad mind that side, man.
Um,
Yeah, man. I
we
mean,
we
hold on,
want.
Paul.
Go ahead,
I've
go ahead.
retweeted it, and I do like that, but I don't want us to stray too far from the point. I think anybody should know about it. The pitch check is a thing that Simon, Krista, yourself doing. You have a lot of entrepreneurs helping you out, and I'm happy about it. I would love to help out too if I can. And I've seen things that you guys are doing also outside of space. I see you talking to Gordon about education. I know that's a big deal. I see you talking about the market more. That thing you said a while ago, if I could press one button and have it happen, I would, which is you becoming an active investor in a stock to because an activist investor, if you will, not even
Yeah,
active,
Mm-hmm.
man.
activist.
As
Yeah,
soon as send my email, I am going to become an activist investor in that particular stock.
yeah. In fact, I'll tell you how you do it
In
is you
fact,
buy
is
in
me.
first and then say,
If I, well, if I tell you, if I give you any more hints, you going to know is who. But I promise I'll say it at your next
Brick talk.
break talk. Yeah, man.
All
Yeah,
right.
well, no, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking G West has a different class of shares also,
Oh,
where they have
yes.
that little weird arrangement where the perpetual preferences.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. There are quite a few of them on the market. I personally, I'm like you that I don't into it. I don't like it. And don't
No.
take my balling against APOs as balling against people. I always say finance carry feelings. People get really hurt when you talk about things. I'm not for that. We should all be able to have the conversation. I'm happy that you're having a conversation here. We don't even
Well,
need to
Facts.
all agree with each other.
Randy, you know I don't carry feelings, right? You know, so my back brother is leather back my half. You understand?
There we go. So if you say that, I'm happy to hear it, but
Yeah, man.
I can't stop speaking for the people that I care about because nobody else is going to talk about APOs. And the truth is, how Barita has done APOs, no one else has done it in quite the same way. If they were at least doing it in that way, it wouldn't so bad. The
Mm-hmm.
only other thing I've seen that speaks to a similar sort of how you've been talking about it is when KP REIT said that they are also asking for they asked for and got permission to do a share buyback a little later on in the future. And I took that as them acknowledging that at some point this heavy amount of shares that's pushed to the public needs to be soaked up by a larger party in order to allow the true value of the stock to come through, the true higher value of the stock to come through. Without that element, everybody's gonna be stuck for years because if you look on all the APOs, they're at the same place. They are years. Cygnus, they're right that the APO price, if not below. Proven, same thing. KP REIT, same thing. JMMB, same thing. Marita is the only one. And I mean, I wonder what would happen if the ESOP wasn't buying and other larger parties weren't buying, if it wouldn't have the same sort of thing,
Well,
the same sort
here's
of
a
fall
promise.
off.
Here's a promise. I'm going to I'll dive now that I know that there's interest there. I'll make sure I'll dive into it on pitch deck. Simon, write that down for me. On pitch deck, I'm going to do a tell all, uh, uh,
Mm.
on truth tales on that.
I love that. I love that. I love
Indeed.
that. I will certainly be tuning in to hear it. If I can't
I
see you
feel.
in life, I'll have to
And
watch.
then yeah, man. And there's just one more thing I want to say to you, Randy. Um,
Hmm.
which is fundamental to raising capital, right?
Hmm.
It's not how you raise the capital, is how the board uses that capital to make money for the shareholders to create alpha for the minority and themselves as well.
Yes, but if value is linked to the share price, how
I'll
you
say that.
raise capital is
I'll
important.
just say that. I'll just say that now. But let me and you duke it out. So I've given you a duke. We've duked it out here on your show. Let's duke it out on on my show where next
And
week
pitch deck.
next week You ask me the tough questions, and I'll answer the questions as best as I can, and hopefully,
No.
hopefully we have legal, and so I don't mess up, because you know them waiting for me to buck my foot, my toe, right?
Well, if the path was
Right.
easy, everybody would have walked it. So that's the simple truth. If it's an easy
But
path, everybody would have walked it.
you and Danai, come on, and Danai, you want Randy grill me and grill Raman, and we'll answer. We wouldn't subject Simon to such abuse, but
Wow.
but definitely I'm built for it. So I'm ready, and then we
All
can
right.
go out and have a drink and laugh about it.
All right. Well, I'm for it. If we can, we can. But I mean, we can do it anytime. I don't mind doing it for pitch deck, but I don't want to mix up. I mean, people prepping themselves for pitch deck, and in the middle, like, we have this talk where we'll talk about APU and Ray. I like what's happening with pitch deck. I like what I'm hearing from the hosts now about entrepreneurship in general and how the wider spread. I think it's obvious to anybody looking on that. I mean, if Paul Simpson and team looking on pitch deck, I assume it means that if your company is good enough, Barita is willing to take the interest in them. And if you're looking to get listed, then that could be one of the many roads to being listed that's on the market. So I like that. I don't want to dilute what somebody else had to coming with their company. But of course, I take the
Sorry,
invite, and
dilute.
And
I'm looking out for it.
I'll draw Chris out as well, and talk about 2009 December, when he and I had a sit down and talk about coming to work for Mayberry. I'll tell all of that.
Oh, you used to work for Mayberry?
No. When I
Oh,
said I got an offer from Mayberry, and I'll talk about that. And hopefully, Chris, I still have the offer document, by the way.
Oh.
It's actually framed in one of my offices.
okay. That's I like that. I like that. Also like the free Barita will be getting a little invoice from me. For this for this stuff. People often wonder too why. I think people think that I don't know what has to be done. I think if they dig into it, they'll check and realize that I know a thing or two about marketing. But I'm happy because it helps everybody. Let me use this moment to because my friend Raven in the chat. Anybody who care about smoking, if you are smoking, you want the best accessories, meds. Google it if you don't know it. MEZ. Let me throw free marketing out to somebody who I do know. The rest of the people,
Anybody investing?
yeah, anybody investing, you come to grow if you want to learn how it's going to
Anybody
you want.
investing want the best advice? DHadvisor.com. Daniel Hall.
There we
Link up.
go.
Let's have a session. Let's talk about your portfolio. We have a lot to work on. This year will be very interesting. Let's go forward with
Yeah, man, there we go. But Sir Paul, let's come back to the
it.
marketing a karma thing that we were talking about before because we did interrupt Krista, and Krista was making a great point around the
Indeed.
psychology of money and how it affects people. And my assumption here, I don't think I could have it wrong, but I don't think you grew up rich, did you? Did you? You're not from a rich, multi-million-dollar
You
family.
talking Krista or me?
No, man, you, Paul Anthony Simpson.
No, I'm a grow up broke. What do you mean?
All right,
Parents were teachers.
so you have
I grew up in Harborview, 18 Aqua Avenue. I grew up in front of the park. Anybody who really know me, I'm not saying they know me, but they don't. You have those who say, yeah, man, I know him, man, I like him.
Man.
No, I'm not talking people who actually know me, right? A matter of fact, Simon lives in Harborview. He know exactly where me used to live. The boss used to have to run past Simon's house to come to my house, to
so
drop
the
me off
people
at
them are
my
load up
house.
your yard.
So I'm just letting you know that my
Yeah, man.
parents, but education, I must say, and this is very important. My parents were teachers and educated. I made sure that the kids, we kids, knew the power of education, and so straight had to go to school was very big in kind of digging yourself out of poverty. And when you're young, you don't know you're poor.
That's
When you're
true.
young, you're contented with whatever it is, right? Whether you eat one time a day or you eat 3 times a day, you live with it, because you're happy. I grew up in a happy home, so being sad and thinking I was hungry, and that didn't cross my mind, and I just wanted to go home, and go over to the park and play a cricket, and football, and then I got a blight with the studying thing more than my sisters. So and everybody on this call know I'm an accidental banker. I have a computer science degree and another one in geology, double major,
Boy,
in
Randy, we
geology.
right every time,
Yeah, man,
And
the
so
richest people are
when
engineers,
so,
man.
and then I just kind of stumbled into being an MBA, doing the MBA. It was 2 more years after my degree, because my sister was still in med school. It's 5 years for med school, 3 years for a degree, 2 years for MBA. So I just decided to stay. I worked to care to in Bristol in England, at Ford. Came home after, went to work at 8, came home at 4, then went to Miss Millie's at 6 o'clock and worked at 2 o'clock in the morning. Miss Millie's is like a KFC in England, and I did that every summer. I see Ryan on, so Ryan would know. He was on, so he would know. I used to come and Chancellor, and clearly So yes, I am intimate. I
Yeah,
have
but hold on,
intimate knowledge
Paul.
of
Paul, I don't want
high
you.
grades.
Yeah, man. So you know it.
Yeah,
Perfect. I
man.
don't want you to give out the whole of the profile interview just now. But here's what I want you to tell. Here's what I want you to tell us though. In
So
a
you asked me
simple
if I
enough
grew up
way.
poor, and the answer is yes. And I sent
Yeah,
myself
man.
to
Very
school
much
and
so. So
paid my
you know
own
the
school
streets,
fee. Yeah, man.
and so you know also the shift from poor to rich, which is what we were talking about with Krista just now, which is that nobody's really giving that guide to regular people. Nobody tells what happens. Listen,
Well, that's what we're
yes,
doing pitch deck for.
no, 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 no. Hold on. Well,
No,
pitch
but
deck is
not.
great if you're an
So
entrepreneur.
if
I'm talking about somebody who. Sorry, Krista, go ahead.
so I was saying, if I could jump in, I think I have a more direct question if Paul wants to answer. I think
My girl, how you going to do that to me right here, sir? All right, go on. All
you,
right, go
you
on.
can say, you know
Me and you
what,
have a
you can
plan, Me and you have a plan. Now. Is all right. Go on. Go on. Go on.
So I think it's a simple question. Shouldn't be too crazy. I can also say mine, but I think we're talking about the specific. Like, there's a mindset shift that you have to go through at some point. Some go through it sooner. Some go through it later. So you spoke about how your parents were educators. Education was really important in your household. What the ladder you used to get from that. I don't want to call it poverty because I'm not sure if you use that word, but not so well off to now you're doing way better. But there had to be a shift somewhere because our parents would have had very specific mindsets that allowed them to kind of get themselves out of where they were and bring us to where we are. So, like, for you, do you remember what that specific, if there was a specific mindset that you had to unlearn? So it might have been a specific thought, it might have been a specific behavior that you probably thought was normal growing up, but as you left your house and kind of went into a different world, into the world of potentially finance, or into the world of probably meeting people who did grow up with money, was
Hmm.
there a particular mindset that you can remember actively having to unlearn?
So that's a deep question, Krista. Thanks for that question. And that if I were to answer that question, it would take some time and run this show. So what I
We're
said,
not short on time, brother.
yeah, 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 yeah. What I'd said to you, Krista, is that that's some of the I'm going to speak about that on pitch deck. But the short answer, yes, there was a time where moving, acting, well, executing on a particular lifestyle was important to moving from understanding that, and I can give you a simple one: 9 to 5,
Hmm.
knowing that you can't expect to be above average if you're just looking at the clock at work and can't wait until 4 o'clock comes to leave. That switch in behavior or an evolution of behavior was knowing that I had to get up at 7, and I gave you the example of where I had to get up at 7 to go to work, come home at 4, and then leave at 6, come home at 2. So if you count out those hours, you quickly realize that over time, successful people, especially in the initial stages, as much as they don't tell you, and the ones who have to literally work for it to make it happen, you have to put in the time. You have to put in your 10,000, your 10,000 hours to become an, and then you have to put in your 14 to 16 hour days to outshine your peer to get into the 2 or 1%. So being up at 12 o'clock having this conversation, my flight came in this morning at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. This morning. Went, slept for, my first meeting was at 6:30 a.m. So I had to get up for that to know, and that comes naturally because of that transformation at 16 into 17 years old. Kind of putting in that discipline. So I would say it's the holding of the discipline that kind of transferred to the work life. And that is just one of about 6 things that I've actually written down that caused my ethos to become enacted. And now it's
True,
easy. It's second nature.
but you had to build it up. But I think going back to just that specific money point, because our conversation was on money, I'll speak from my little level. I started out investing with 10 grand Jamaican. I look back sometimes and I have to laugh. And how I invest now, if you invest, let's say if you start with 10 grand and you reach 1 million, how you invest the million has to be different from how you invest the 10 grand. In the same way, if you are somebody to who 10 grand is a lot of money, and then you work or you do something that gets you to the point of having a million, the mindset that you use and have around 10 grand, you can't have it around 1 million. However, if you learn by seeing how others do it, or maybe you like to follow a guide like many human beings do, there is nobody really talking to the regular Jamaican who got it right. And you never win the lotto. Maybe your uncle did and leave 2 million and you bought Wigton at 50 cents and you sell it at 90 cents. Suddenly, the 2 million is now close to 4 million. And then that 4 million went into, I don't know, Fesco or something else, and now it's 8 million. And but you're still acting like you can't buy the two pattern that you want for lunch because you're broke. You're not really broke, but in your mind you're there, right? It's the mindset. What are some of the things that shifted for you mindset wise? With money specifically, I mean.
Well, before you answer that, good evening, everybody. Pablo, evening.
Yes. Evening.
This is Kate.
Evening.
Evening.
Yeah. So I can verify that what Paul said there, coming from how have you climbing the ladder. That's
Who this,
verified.
Kirk?
Yes, it is.
Kirk grew up on the top of my road, right?
Paul. Jamaica
Go
still
on,
climbing, you
Kirk.
know.
We're not disputing
Jamaica
that
still
at all,
climbing, you know. Yeah. We never doubt that him come from that at all, you know.
Not at
I
all.
remember Paul
We're
coming
not
at
those guys.
Arden. Yeah. No, I know him telling the truth, but we really want to understand the mindset, Paul. And it's not that you have to explain it in full, but I think there's a real point there and there's a real lack there. Because there's a good class of Jamaicans now that have managed to make money either through entrepreneurship or the market, but they really have nobody to help guide them.
Well, who know, and who saw.
So I'm
Paul.
asking. I don't want to cut you off, Kurt, but I want the man who actually know tell us. Not that you don't know, but I'm going to assume that Paul have a little bit more than you.
Mine are the wrong money you're talking.
That could be true. That could be true. I'm not doubting. I'm not trying to speak for the man pocket, but I want Paul to tell me.
Yeah. All right. So I'm not going to. I'd prefer not to get into that. That whole. What is the specific question again, Randy?
It's just a mindset.
Is there anything mindset
Yeah.
wise that changed for you you
Yeah,
realize you
man.
had to change as the money grows, moving
Yeah,
from
man.
I don't have it much, but I have a good amount now. My life changing, I have to adjust for that.
Um. So I'd have to think about. Let me, Krista and Randy. Let me think through that question, and I'll answer that question next week.
Randy,
No problem. No
do
problem.
you have an
I think
answer, Randy?
I was about to say, I think it might sound like a really daunting question. So, like, no, it doesn't have to be too deep. It can be something as simple as, for me, it was in college. And I remember getting a bill. So, like, my business was doing pretty good at the college level. And I remember getting a surprise bill. And immediately, like, my throat started closing up. I couldn't breathe. Like, I was having a real physical reaction to this surprise bill, right? And then I looked at my bank account and I was like, girl, you have the money for it. The surprise bill, like, congratulations, to the point where the surprise bill, you can pay it. Congratulations. But in my head, I'm just like, oh my God, surprise bill. I can't manage. I was so stressed out by the surprise bill that I had more than enough money to cover. But that was because growing up, if there were surprise bills, it was hell and powder house in the house, just because of the situation that we were in. So it wasn't until I had my own that I realized, like, you work and you work and you spend wisely and you manage wisely for something like this to happen. Like, bills are an inevitable part of life. You don't just work. For me at least, it's not just that you get up and work to spend all the money on the things that you like. Like, bills are a real thing, and the basis of us going to work is to be able to cover our bills, and you can do that. So breathe. And that was the first thing. I remember I was outside of my dorm room at the time, and I was just like, girl, breathe. This is why you work. So when things like this
Mm.
happen, you
You can
are
afford
not,
it.
you can afford it, and you don't have to wonder, what am I going to do? How am I going to, like, I could already figure it out. So that was the
I,
first mindset shift. So it's something small like that I ended up carrying with me, that helped me to say, okay, when I continue to make more, I can maintain it. And when bills come, I will not literally, my world won't fall apart and I won't start to panic and I won't start to think, oh my God, where am I going to get it from? Because I now understand that I'm at a place where my reality, as opposed to the reality of my parents that I adopted, is that I can afford this bill. So something simple like that.
yeah. I think. But I understand if Paul don't have the answer yet. I mean, I don't want to. I don't
I'm
want to over.
formulating it. I'm formulating it.
Yeah, man.
Because
And
remember,
it
my,
have.
my situation is a little bit unique. In both my early life, I was
Mm,
always working, so I was always apportioning. My lifestyle hasn't changed. Now as it did, as it was, I would say 10 years ago to now. My lifestyle hasn't changed much. Um,
okay.
so it really hasn't changed much. So I don't have a boat. I don't have I bought my car in 2017.
Paul?
The company gave me a car. I got a Range Rover at a prouder price because we have Duncan as a shareholder. So yes, of course, my wealth has grown, but my lifestyle hasn't grown. But I've not been the one to kind of switch my lifestyle. So my bills, I live off my salary
Can we talk
still.
about that?
My Sure. So my
Yeah.
life,
So,
so I get a particular salary from the business. In fact, my COO and my CIO earns more than I do in the business. Um, so and I live off my salary. So I'm just saying that the way I budgeted as a formula for since 1997, or
Mm-hmm.
1998. I still do the same budget now. Albeit it's a little bit, but I'll get into it, Randy. I'll get into it
At pitch
a
deck,
little
right?
bit deeper over time. No.
Yeah,
I'll
man, I
get into it
understand.
at on your show or at pitch deck. But I'll get into it if it were ever to come up on your show in the future.
Well,
I'm
it
going to
will.
listen and
So
so
I
I can give a
And I
understand.
think
substantial answer.
I I think that's what Simon talks about. I see Simon talking about it quite often. Lifestyle creep, probably another
Well,
buzzword,
I
definitely
keep,
another
I keep.
buzzword, but
No, man. Hold on. I'll defend that one. I don't think that's a buzzword. Yes, it's a finance term, if you will, but
Very
mm.
it's
real.
the core is a very, very real thing. Lifestyle creep
It's
is a
not
very,
thrown
very
in for
real
thrown
thing.
in
Yeah.
sake. It's a real
so,
real
Yeah,
something.
man. Yeah, man.
so it
Very, very
sounds
real
like
thing.
Paul. It sounds like Paul never I don't want to use the word incorrectly. So it sounds like he just never allowed that to happen. The same blueprint and the same formula from 1997
I
is
Yeah.
the same
don't
one
So I'll
know.
talk
I don't
about
know
he's
if
this.
it's true, but I don't want
I'll talk
pressure
about
now.
a
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
specific. No man, I'll talk about a specific thing. In 2010, I had a Corolla, a Toyota Corolla. Um, the guy, one of my directors at the time, told me to go and buy 2000, told me to go and buy a BMW to talk to the clients. So I went and bought a 335. Um, and 3 months
I.
later, a
Mm-hmm,
335i, a
mm-hmm.
2008 335i, uh, and about 3 hours later, I had taken on a manager, who is now here on the call, Ryan. And this is when I was proven. And Ryan was driving a Bluebird at the time, and they wanted us to kind of look a certain way to visit the client. So Ryan went and bought a silver BMW. Um,
Bossy.
and
Why not?
and up to today,
Mm-hmm.
I still have my 335. The only other car I bought was an upgrade to that 335 for myself. I was a blue, a light blue, in 2016 or 17. I bought a light
Mm-hmm.
blue M4. So and I bought it. First Global gave me the rent, the loan to buy it.
Pay for it. Yeah.
Yes, I could pay it off 9 million thousand times now, but I still pay my $380,000 a month out of my pay and pay for it. And what it does is, and I still have my 335. Those are my two cars.
All right, but
So
watch me now, Paul.
I have not.
I want you to think about it. I want you to think about it deeply because I think what happening is that you missed the point here. Here's the
No,
point.
I haven't missed the
No,
point. My point is
the
that,
kid who used to take the bus and go
yes,
across the road and play upon the ball field in Harborview, that
yes.
child is saying lightly that he bought a 335i. It's that shift that we want to talk about.
No. I think the shift you want to talk about is how do you control, that's the type of money, the type
No,
of
that's not.
money,
No, no, no. What I
the
said that we
type,
want to talk about is what we want to talk about. But I understand because it really is
the,
a
the,
difficult
the,
question.
the
It
type of
requires some.
money, the type of money is that you kind of moving on the scale from purchasing a regular M4 or 335 to be able
Mhm.
to buy a fleet of jets if you want is a different type of money. So I'm just saying that it's the principle of how you maintain a level head and on that scale and live in the same house as some very popular individuals do for 50
Mhm.
years, no matter how their wealth grows. That kind of a
so
formula is what I would want to impart for me, how I have looked at it.
so for me, this
All right.
conversation is really helpful. If I can jump in one more time, I think this is really
No, go
helpful.
ahead,
And I
Krista. Go
like
ahead. Go ahead.
exactly what Paul said is what I was actually trying to hear. I think it does answer the question, Randy. I think that like for the person who's on the ball field and it moves to the next phase, like what I heard from Paul was that there was like a blueprint that there's a money mindset that I'm hearing that it might not have been explicitly said, but it's and I might sum it up incorrectly, but I have an understanding of it. Is just like the lifestyle creep didn't really happen. And for me, the next question that I
Yes, you're
want to
right.
answer,
You're
so
right.
that's good to know. That's what I pretty much heard. The lifestyle creep never happened.
Paul,
And for me, what
that's
I've liked.
that's 100% cap. But when we talk about it
Okay,
properly,
hold
real
on now,
talk,
hold
it's
on
a
now.
no, no,
We're
no. So
talking
not to you,
mindsets
Christoph, but I'm
here.
telling Paul that that's cap.
All
Hundred
right,
percent.
before we get into it,
But the
so we're
discipline is
talking
real, though. The
mindsets here.
discipline is real.
So we're talking mindsets here. And what I heard was even if materially things were bought along the way, it sounds as though there was an intentional effort, or it sounds as though there is a intentional effort to not necessarily want to keep up with the Joneses, is what it
That is
sounds.
exactly what I'm saying, Krista. I'm saying it never appealed to me. I didn't. A matter of fact, I lived in the reason I moved to my house just up the road from where I used to live for the last 7 years while I was building the business is because they had torrential rain and the roof came in and my wife now who was my fiance at the time the roof
Mhm.
came in and we had to rush up to the house. Raman, you remember that day? We had to rush up to the house. We had to sweep out water from upstairs. And she's like,
This is
"But
not
Paul,
it.
you have four house. You have house at one." And I'm like, "Yeah, but this is where we live. This is our little kind of cabana and home of Zen. You know, Come we
So,
just fix the roof. And it's not mean. Me mean. Me no mean.
of
It's
course.
just that
Yeah,
I'm
I get you,
prudent.
Paul. But
I'm prudent, and I have a blueprint, and it's worked for me over time.
So I want
and
to.
I
So I think
understand that.
that's what I want to touch on. So I've heard what you're saying, and I completely understand it. And I think it's been a valuable addition to the conversation. Like Randy, we asked, what do you do when you what's the mindset shift that you go through when
Krista,
you get to a certain point? So I think that's a question for Paul. Mm-hmm.
respectfully,
Go ahead.
it's a good PR point. It's a great answer, but it's not really the answer to the question I want, or the question
So
to the
Randy,
answer I
trust me
want to
no.
ask. But
Randy,
no,
trust me on
I
this.
don't need to trust you because I am speaking not about something that was just said. I'm speaking about something that
Mm-hmm.
I felt, something that's personal to me. And so I
Uh-huh.
know, and that's why I know also that it's a sort of thing that you have to sit with and answer. And also, it is so in some ways personal. I would not be
Mhm.
surprised if Paul or anybody doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily want to answer this in this sort of forum because since I read your tweet, Krista, it
Yeah.
has sat in my mind and I've thought about it. I'll tell a story. I don't want us to belabor the point, so it's good and we'll wrap it, but I'll tell a story to wrap
Of
it. There was a day when I lived in Spain for years and I studied Spain and I had a car. I can say it now. I was driving a banger, and the people who actually know me in real life know how much I like my little banger car. Long after I could put it down, I kept that little Nissan. Tint up Nissan look like crime. See it on prime time news. It doesn't participate in crime, but it looks just like every other taxi out there. Um, and I remember driving home to Spanish Town, and the tire burst. It was raining heavily, and I had to come out, and I was in the rain, and I'm changing the tire on this car in the rain, and the bumper fell off because I had two pieces of blue string holding up the bumper. No joke. Like people who know me know the car, and they know the two pieces of string. It looked bad, and as there, and it slipped, and the tire iron slip, and it drop. I'm in the rain, wet up, and I felt I sat there and I started to laugh because that same day on the market, I had made over $1 million that day on the
Mm.
market. And I'm sitting there thinking, why the hell are you driving this and putting yourself in this kind of problem? That is the guy who grew up, who his father's anthem was lock off the light because of JPS. That's the guy who, no
Mm-hmm.
matter how much money he make, boy, me no want to really push myself and go get a fancy car because, but the truth is, when you get the nicer car, I assume, when you get the nicer car,
Well, so like my
you,
shot.
yeah, you don't have to be killing off yourself in the same way, and that time gets used for something more constructive. But if you don't have that sort of mindset shift, you may never know. So again, I know the kind of shift I'm talking about, and it's a very personal thing. I never really told that story, and even now I edited the story very differently. The people who
Yeah.
know me know the real version of that story. It's a thing that you can't necessarily it is not an easy answer. So I'm not pressuring Paul at all or
No,
anybody
no,
else.
Randy. Before I give you, I just say one more thing and I'll hand over to you. Um, I've been on a, I've been. This is recently now, probably within the
Hmm.
last 12 months. I've driven. Listen to me now. In the last 12 months, and yes, within the last 12 months, I definitely could buy a fleet of Ferraris. But I use my 335. I was going along a group, a little car group, and everybody had Porsches, and I tried to suit my little 335, the same one I had, and I was going on a drive with these guys. And on the way back into Kingston, my bumper drop off too. My bumper drop off, and I take up the bumper, put it back on, and finish the race last or the drive last, and I felt 100% comfortable in my skin. Why? Because I have a formula and it's been working for the last 25 years of my life, and I'm not gonna change it.
So for me, when I hear that, I'm hearing two stories that kind of are similar but went in different directions. And I think, Randy, for the point of the thread, I think both answers kind of serve the point. So what it sounds like, what I'm getting from it is just like, Paul, you had a formula that you decided to stick to. I think what I was trying to, or potentially eventually trying to get to, if you're comfortable talking about it, was where the formula came from, because that's really the mindset that we're talking about, or the money blueprint that we're talking about. So for you, you kept it for the most part, right? But I think that if we kind of shift into something else, it's just kind of like for like investments, so like investment properties that you may or may not have, that may or may not have. It's just like, was so you've kept your personal life a certain type of way, but your investment life has evolved more than what you'd have seen at home. Was there ever a time, if you're willing to share, and we can also, I would love to, if other people would want to answer this question. I know it's a sensitive topic. Like I said, money, like making money black and white, managing it, spending it, very emotional. So it's not something that we have to talk about in this forum, can be super personal. But was there ever a time when, even when you started to invest or started to kind of spend money on things that could grow your money, not necessarily your personal life, was there ever a time where you had to like, you had a voice in your head that probably said, don't do this, or maybe you don't need to do this, and you realized that might not be my voice, that's the voice of somebody else? And if that never happened, that could also be part of the conversation too, that it might just not happen to everyone.
Yeah, and the answer to you, that's a very excellent question, Krista. The answer is yes. And I'll share that on in the entrepreneur section on pitch deck.
All right, no problem.
So Randy,
So Barry.
yeah man, so I bring a totally different perspective to this thing, right? So when I was like about 8, right, I was in the living room with my people, and my uncle was in the house, and you know, both civil servants grew up very middle class and all of that, and money problems, and they were talking about how they're going to deal with it. And there was one set of guys that were saying, boy, we have to save and we have to cut back on this and cut back on that. And I was a kid growing up, and I heard these discussions many times, and I said to them, guys, you're wrong. You have to earn more money. And I share something else with you. I have a lot of customers who started with zero and they're now rich. And the biggest mistake I see people make all the time is that we forget that we come on this earth for a very short time. And we are working so that we can enjoy life. And the mistake we make is we're always trying to redefine what is success. Everyone on this talk who has had some degree of success, we didn't achieve it by being careless, by not planning and investing and in education or and the right asset or so. We all went through that. But remember, guys, you need to have, don't keep changing your goalposts, because if you have all of that money, no fun, you don't enjoy it. From my perspective, I think you're really robbing yourself of a rich life. And a lot of these very popular people who come on these TV shows, and I'm not talking about anybody in Jamaica. I mean, Paul is entitled to his version of his life and his frugality, and I don't have a problem with that. But a lot of them are fake. They're telling you how they're living in this one. But I have friends who have been on sportfish boats with these people that cost millions of dollars. And I've seen some of the private jets that they jump in and fly around the world in. So life is not just about, being successful if you don't enjoy it, and the American dream is all about that. People don't, all the migrants, the millions of migrants trying to get into America every year, they're not going there just because they want to live in a small 2-bedroom house. They want to hit it big and they want to enjoy life. So I leave that with you guys. That's my perspective on it. And
Solid perspective, Chris.
the
Solid
final
perspective.
story I'll leave you with, right? When I was a kid, right, I used to watch this show named Magnum PI. And the guy used to drive a Ferrari. And I used to look on that show and I used to say to myself as I grew up, that's my dream car. But it was so expensive, I thought I would never, ever, ever be able to afford it. So one day, a friend of mine in Florida invited me to his house and he unveiled his brand new Ferrari. And he took me for a drive in it. Well, it was the most amazing experience. I sat in that car and I realized I wasn't as poor as I thought I was. And that's the end of the story. I won't tell you the rest.
Yeah, Sir Barry, thank you 100% for that because again, I like the reality of that story, and I can tell you as somebody coming from poorer. When I do all of this work for broke, the life there for bruff. You're right. Worse now, people are drop dead all the time. The life there for bruff. But the reality is, somebody needs to teach how the braffing go when you're just making it. So thank you for that sort of honesty, because that's the truth. And that was actually part of my thing for the car conversation when I was
How to
fixing that
breath
car on the road.
responsibly.
Yeah, man, but the breath never feel too responsible. But it still has to be because you can't go crazy, right? That's why a lot of winners end up broke. Well, thank
Yeah.
you very, very much for that, Sir Barry. And also for that, Paul. For me, I think I speak for the people who are making a little more than they thought, and they're realizing that, yo, I need some sort of guidance here. And I don't have the answers either because I'm on the same road as everybody else. Come from a poor background, and I'm making it. I'm gonna really know I make it, but I'm making it, and I don't know how far is too far. I don't know what the best steps are, and I guess we'll all figure it out together. So thank both of you for that, for those points, and thank you very much, Christopher, for bringing us back to the original point.
Yeah, but thank you for sharing that and talking about that. Like, I had the same sentiments when I created the third, but it was kind of just like something that was on my mind. But you really hit the nail on the head. It's just like you spoke about how people are asking about managing it, and you're just like, who told you guys I know how to manage it? And it's not just that you're not managing your money well. It's just you don't know if you are, and
Exactly,
that is a
exactly.
difficult place to be in. Like,
Boy,
and I can also say I'm in the same boat. It's just like I think this budget works, But guess what? I won't know until 30 years from now if I have something to show for it or not.
Yep.
Um,
Well, yep.
Long
Then I will
experience.
tell you. Then I will tell you about the conversations that I have. I wouldn't have them on
And
Group
Randy
Talk, but
and Danai, I will get into it. You have my word. I will. I will.
All right.
And Krista,
Paul,
you have my
Paul,
word.
you
I
know
will.
what? We'll have a face-to-face conversation that the public can view,
Yeah,
and
man.
I will talk to you in some real way because I know you're a real youth. Like you say, you went to Arden. Good people alone go Arden. If you go Arden and you're good, by the time you leave, you learn to be good.
Yep. But I think it's the
What?
No bother with it. No bother with it. No bother with it. No bother with it. Don't bother with
No,
it.
no, I want to know, so I'll take that one as well.
And Danai, I hear you have some questions you want to ask me. So I'm looking forward
All
to
right.
the Simon. Come on, invite the guys to come and ask me the tough questions, and hopefully we can impart to the people who really want a beacon of hope, how they can make it and manage it, and how atypical Jamaica is versus, and that's another thing, the environment we're in. We all of on this to see each other do well, and as you say, Randy and Braff, and Braffing is encouraged in a lot of cultures. Jamaica is a very different place, and I'm going to be telling the story on that, Randy.
I understand that too. I understand that also, which is one of the things that you hear me talk about all the time. Here's what I know. I grew up, and only people that I see Braffin is the people in the less legal part of life, and the entertainers and the politicians, some politicians, right? I want to allow a class of people a little bit of the braff lifestyle, and somebody young coming up can see it and know, say, yo, I don't have a bus gun to do that. I don't have to join politics if I don't want to do it, and I don't have to be an entertainer to do it. I can work hard. That's like my favorite out of all of the US billionaires. My favorite one is Robert Smith because he's not
Nico.
in sports. He's not an entertainer. He's just a nerd who knows the markets and knows tech and work hard for it. That's something that anybody can look up to. We can't born tall like MJ. All of us can be Bounty or Beanie. And those of us who are smart are not going to touch the life of crime. So I want to show a full life, young me out there who can see, yeah, see Paul and him blue 335 I and him never bust no gun for do it. Him work hard and him get it the right way. See Berry and the sports yacht and him never bust no gun. I hope he never bust no gun for it. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke, of course. But yeah, that's
And
what
by
I
the way,
want.
Randy, before I go, on behalf of myself and the Cornerstone team, I just want to say my money J is a big, 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 big thing. I
So you know
rate
it
it a
making
lot.
it.
That's number one. Number two, say congratulations to Chris. Him just raised, I think 5 or so billion, and he's upsizing. If you guys can tweet and just encourage people to look at it. The bank's paying crazy rubbish interest rates. What Chris is offering is my
Mad
understanding
better.
is gives a great return for the average man. I don't know if there's ever been a kind of structure like this. I think that they've upsized. So congratulations as Chris on that. And of course, it wasn't Barita didn't do the first, right? But it learned a lesson, and it went ahead and did it, and it's not we did the first APO, but we do it. So thanks for showing us. Thanks for showing us another way, right? Just to
Yeah,
make
man.
just to make
Yeah,
know.
man. Can you
But
imagine
but
when you
but
do you
congrats,
start the
congrats, Chris.
renounceable rights issue them the right way, brother? Oh my God.
Jesus. My money I jump already.
Trust me, trust me.
Randy, that train that gone.
No, 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 no. But
train,
we'll
the
talk.
train.
We'll talk. We'll talk. We'll talk.
We'll talk.
Yeah,
But
man.
congratulations, guys.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much for that,
Yeah,
man.
man.
And listen, The platform is always open for everybody. All anybody needs to do is come on and ask what they want. I do see, and thank you again very, very much, Krista. Uh, Simon, I see you're on, and I also have Dr. Phil on. Phil, I don't want you to wait forever. So if there's a point around what we're going to talk to Simon around, you can jump in. But Simon, I know you had some tweets out there. I see people send me the tweets. So I am very, very, very happy to touch it back since we're touching back a little bit of the market from our non-billionaire level, right, Simon?
Yeah, I was just about to say I look like I'm the brokest person on this call, on this
Well, you can work on that, you
on
know.
this
No, I
If
know.
you
page.
come to
I'm
grow,
working
if you
on it,
come to
man. I'm
grow,
working
if
on
you
it.
come to
No.
grow, you can work on that, man.
I hear you. I hear you, man. I hear you.
But let me hear what your question was, Simon, because I know you have a
Simon,
specific
Raman,
point you want to touch
Raman
with.
on, you know. So if you go say you're broke, your partner hear you. Yeah, your boss I hear you. That means him not pay you good, and that not look good for him, and then it not look good for me. And Chris Diane, I'm gonna want Chris Steve you or Raman, right? So so come here, you talk. Say you know say you're broke. Yeah, yeah. Anyways,
All
go
right,
on.
boss man.
Simon, you see that? The first brick talk you come out for the year and you get a raise already. My God.
I hear you. I hear you, man. Randy, sorry, I didn't want to change the tone of the conversation. It's been going on so well.
No man,
So
that's
you,
cool.
so
We're
you
at a
can
point
finish.
now where we can segue. So let's jump back to
But
what your
but but
point was. How's
sorry,
market
sorry,
talk?
Simon. Paul, we don't talk about thieving people again, right? Slavery has been abolished. The talent goes to where it's best rewarded.
You're all right. Right, Simon. Just make sure that Raman and the team representing you as best as possible, right?
I'm positive of it, CEO.
Simon, Simon, Happy New Year, my brother. You are
Indeed. Happy New
Yeah,
Year,
yeah.
Simon.
welcome.
All
You
gone.
are welcome, Simon.
Yeah, Randy, big up. But it's been a good conversation so far. I've been on
Whoa.
for a little
Whoa.
while. But I mean, I think,
Nothing.
and
Dana, you're not
Randy, you
muted
hear
yet.
me?
We are hearing you. We're hearing
Okay.
you.
It's been
Sorry
right.
about
Sorry
that,
about that.
Simon. Yes, Simon, you're saying.
yeah, sorry. I was saying probably that part of the conversation has been a bit. Randy, we know that we've had this. Well, not just me and you personally, but generally in the space. This conversation a bit back and forth.
Don't worry about
About
that. Bring it. Let's go. We're talking,
about
man. The people are listening. Just let them know. Bring them up to speed.
the mechanisms. I mean, it's not necessarily that. I just had a few questions. I think I pointed them out here. So it's actually somebody messaged me and said to tell you that the KP REIT has been doing buybacks before the APO.
They
So
have been doing it. That's
that's a
true.
point there. And also, I asked a question in our
Pause
big.
one sec. Pause one sec.
Mhm.
'Cause I don't want it's not that we're throwing it all out. Yes, KP REIT has been doing buybacks from before.
Mhm.
It's not a new thing. In fact, they spoke about doing it after they did a rights issue. The buyback is a great mechanism. You're not out here hearing me preach for the buybacks or anything else like that, right?
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
am speaking about the method of raising capital that ignores the effect of the share price. The one that I forgot, thanks to I saw your tweet, so thanks to your tweet, DTL. I did forget that, and I think you're saying
Yeah.
that there are factors around DTL that cause the share price to not go up. Extraneous factors other than the APO.
Let me bring it back into the forest, and I asked in the big group, so I've heard you speak about the APO effect, and I mean, based on what you've presented and the information that you have supported that with, I can't say you're talking foolishness, right? But I guess what I'm trying to understand a bit better is that the APO share prices have been going down. A majority of them outside of Barita, of course,
Mhm.
since each of them have been done. What percentage of that, or what other factors have impacted those share prices actually falling? So I always hear the rhetoric that JMB sharing from 30th because of the APO, from the DD APO. But I mean, there are a few other factors influencing JMB's price. I do often hear about that. Detail is
Such
another
as
one. I
what?
don't often.
Pause. Such as what? Such as
Mhm.
what? You're coming with the Trinity shareholders thing?
Well, the Trini shareholders thing is actually a real point, no?
It is a point, but talk to me. Have you ever actually looked into the numbers of that?
Yeah, I have. I can't share that here. But but
Well,
but
the numbers are
regard.
public. JMMB is traded on both exchanges. Why
Mhm.
would then the JMMB Trinidad price not reflect the level of volume movement that the Jamaican one reflects? And hold on, I'm not even going. Let us give it to it. Let's say that okay, the Trini shareholder price, the
Mhm.
shareholder point is what has helped to influence JMMB to remain at or below its APO level for the last 4 years or since the APO. Um, what's the other one? DTL?
Oh,
Is
hold on. Let's go back to my question, Randy. So my question is that I've often heard about the APO effect and its impact on the share prices.
uh-huh.
And I guess I want to understand from your perspective. I mean, you've been, well, along with Danai, probably two of the most vocal people on this. What
Mm-hmm.
other factors may have influenced the prices to move negatively over the years?
Everything.
And how much of that share price movement would you guys say, based on your research, has been attributed to the APO effect?
I would say
I would
everything
say
impacts the share price. The company is the company. People.
Well,
If the APO didn't happen,
Danai, I know that everything impacts the share price. I guess what I'm asking for you is to help
you
me
have
with
a
some
major factor that push the price
attribution.
down.
So, so what you guys have been saying is that the APO effect has been the reason that caused some of these prices to stagnate over the years. So I'm asking to what effect and what other factors may have influenced that and to what effect.
if I can pick a stock and I will use it as my example
Yeah, it's
stock.
a very open question. But yeah,
Yeah,
do
man.
that.
Pick one. Don't pick Marita, or you can if you want, but I'd pick any of the others.
I mean, I never have any on top of my mind, but I mean, you
Well,
can go with there. Yeah, go with there, man. Even I should choose there, man. I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted there.
no,
But
so I'm not.
it don't matter.
I'm
It's
not.
like, but Simon,
I will choose there, man, but remain quiet. And you guys know why.
Oh, Simon, come on, Simon. We
let's
can
have
have
a
a
talk.
conversation if you're quiet. We can have a conversation if you're quiet. Um, Derryman did their APO when?
2020.
Yeah, top of 2020. Yeah.
Simon
Yeah, no,
conflicted on there, man. We
no.
can't talk about
21.
him.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd rather use something else, to be honest. Very,
All right,
very
no problem.
conflicted there.
Let's keep you employed. Let's not have somebody else increase your
You
pay even
can use
further.
JMMB. That's the most popular one.
All right, so nobody
Well, the
cares about
most popular
JMB.
one
Damn,
I've heard. Yeah.
damn. When did JMB did their APO?
2019.
Uh 2019.
Anybody remember what the APO price was?
38,
38.
75.
38.75, right?
Something so.
Mm.
All right, and so just so we're establishing what that actually looks like, 2019 38.75 is when they did it, and late 2019, early 2020 is when people have gotten those units, right? At the time when the APO was excited about them buying into Sagicor Financial, we're looking at a share price of $50.30 at August 26, 2019. No,
Mhm.
generally share price started to dip because people were excited also about Trans Jamaica, which had a heavy marketing campaign going on in late 2019, if you
I
remember.
remember.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Early 2020, also, people got the units. People still excited about the Sagicor thing, but March 2020, COVID hit, right?
Hmm.
That if you look on every single stock on the market, then you can see that what I call the COVID dip. If you're watching on YouTube, can see it on my screen. It's a very, very clear dip in March for every stock on the market, right? JMB was included in that. In fact, they fell all the way down in July, the end of July 27, 2020. They're now at 31.62. All the way to October, I'll go to the end of September. They're now at 29.50. They're below the APO price. Now, pause for a second. What are the two most popular ways to make money from stocks? I know you know, Sam. Let's carry everybody through it. Two most popular ways to
Price
make
and
money from
dividends.
stocks.
Price increase,
Dividends and cap
dividends.
gains, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Now, the dividends, us shareholders have no control over that. That's the company's work, and you get a piece of the profits paid out as the board decides, right? The other one, however, is cap gains, and cap gains are determined completely by us investors in the market. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's traded by people, so yeah.
Yeah. And so for me, cap gains, if I'm going to profit from cap gains, it means I have to sell the thing for higher than I bought it for, right?
Yeah,
No,
go on. Go
cool,
on.
cool. Now, JMB brought on, we'll say thousands of holders, if not hundreds, I'll say thousands, and if you want, we can say hundreds. But they brought on a significantly large amount of new shareholders at a share price of 38.75 when they did their APO. At the end of September, we're looking at a share price of 29.50. That means that everybody who bought in the APO, assuming that that was the only time that they bought, they are now at a loss position. If I bought as a regular member of the public at 38.75, profit for me begins at 38.76. Now, if I'm at a loss, 29.32 at the end of September, and I don't know much about stocks, I am worried. But I probably don't want to sell at a loss, right? We get to early December, we have a share price of 34.16. Not quite 38.75, but close. Maybe some people are in it for a long time. Maybe they're thinking, you know what, I'm okay taking this a little bit of a loss. So they're coming out. What you'll notice with JMB share price every single time over the past few years is that every time it gets close to 38.75, you get a lot of people selling. And so because a lot of people are selling, the share price decreases because of
Andy,
course you have
hello?
yeah man, you're not hearing me?
So I think I move word from night, you know, with this not
You hearing
hearing
me?
thing.
You hearing me that I?
I hearing you, Simon.
I
I
hearing
hear
you too.
Simon talk.
I hear you too.
Okay, cool.
Simon,
I
Simon.
think it might be Simon
Yeah, he
line.
needs to
Simon, you need
jump
to,
off and come back on.
okay.
Let
So
me text him. Continue, Randy.
yeah man. So at 38.75, I'm looking for that price to get back to my profit. Bear in mind we are now at this point the end of June. So we are coming close to, I'd say, a little over the half year mark in 2021. Well, no, this it happened in what, 2019. So at this point, I am more than a year out waiting to get back to profit, and I can't see it yet. Get to the end of 2021, we are looking at a share price of 38.72. Of course, a bunch of people near the end of the year trying to come
Hello?
out near that price, it's going to keep falling, right?
Randy?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you, Simon.
Oh, all
Hearing you
right.
now, Simon.
I
Hearing you
hear
now.
you now. I hear
Okay,
you now,
perfect.
Randy. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Yeah, man. So what I've been showing is that simply because the share price has been below the APO price,
Mm-hmm.
and we're now looking at a period of 1 year, year and a half. No, you have a lot of retail investors who either frustrated and coming out, meaning they're selling for less than 38.75, or every
Okay.
time it gets close to that, they're selling at that. That means that there are people who are coming in below 38.75 or at 38.75. For example, March 29, 2021, the share price is $32.60. If I'm frustrated and I sell my APO shares at that price, that means that somebody now has a profit point of 32.61. You see how the profit point for a large amount of people keeps going lower and lower and lower, aka the APO effect. The only time since then that the share price has passed the APO price is March 2022 when people chose to misread the JMMB notice about the buyback. They expected it to be what they wanted to see. They've never seen it at the start of April, and immediately the share price started to fall again. Here we
Rather.
are now, January 2023. JMB share price is 32.67. It means that every single person who today, well, 32.93 today, every single person who bought at 32.93, their profit starts at 32.94. What you have is a floor that keeps going lower and lower as a result of a massive amount of people coming in at 38.75. Pick any of the APOs, and that happened. In fact, the only reason it didn't happen with Barita is because, as you'll see, you can tell the dates when Barita did their APO, and you can see the volumes right after, literally the very next day. You can see the volumes in Barita's queue where heavy buys were done, either from, I guess, institutional buyers or maybe from the ESOP, which was publicly put out there. Nothing wrong with that. But it says to me, at least it said to me from my external perspective, that it would appear that somebody at Barita understands the market and understands this effect on people. So they understand the need for heavy buys to be done right after APOs happen, right? It's the only one that has done it. So every other company has that as the major effect. No big player can outdo the total effect of the market. It don't matter how much money them have, it would mean that they'd have to buy and buy higher every single day in order to
Don't
outdo the
stop
market.
buying. Yep.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. So the reality of the APO effect is that because you've brought in the public, external shareholders, quote unquote, at a price that is much lower than everybody else's, than the current market price, you have now created a floor, a price floor. And if there's no reason for the
The
massive people that
feeling.
just came in lower to buy at a higher share price, then what you'll have is the share price falling. I'll go one step further. The fact that the APO tends to happen at a time where, let's say, the share price is $50 and the APO is $30,
Mm-hmm.
it means that the very next day, my $30 shares are worth $50. Now, if I bought just the
$50
flip,
shares were 30.
no. The shares that I bought for 30 are now worth 50. The $50 shares being APO'd for $30. When I buy in at 30, the very next day they're worth 50. I'm assuming that they have the same price, right? Which is gonna
Wait,
encourage me
I don't know
immediately
if
to sell. All I'm saying is that if there's a
No, it's the other
$50
way
share,
around. Danai right.
yeah.
But go on.
If
Dana is right.
if 50 on the market, the APO is 30.
Randy, there's one more thing. There's one more thing you left out. And if that were the case, if APO prices were below right issue prices, yes. But
no,
you
not
asked me
right
what
issue prices,
but you
No, right
asked
is
market
your prices.
prices, market
Right is your
prices.
in that conversation.
right.
Yeah, man.
It's
So
when the APO is announced at $30 and the market is trading at 50, if I sell my shares, I can now take my $50 worth of shares and go buy back in the APO at cheaper. And I
right.
get in more
Which
units. So
encourages
immediately
heavy
it's a
selling.
sell off.
But
Yeah. Everybody
and
has an incentive.
Randy, what I'd say, which is a big point, and to your point, you have ways of doing it wrong, but you also have ways of doing it right. When the APO price is above what your rights is your prices were, then you advantage um
Your right issue people.
your rights is your people.
Yeah, but that's
I
a
think
very
I think Barry
Barita
I think
specific.
that's a very Barry
Yeah,
scenario.
man. So no we,
Unique,
so no we
sir.
can't talk about we, Randy.
Yeah, yeah, but what you need to understand, Paul, is that I don't have an issue with Barita. I have an issue with APOs.
Hold on, Randy.
Well, that's why
Randy.
you need to send them to the
Ran,
Barita school.
Well,
Ran,
there's grower. Yes, sir.
Randy.
Yeah.
Big up, girl.
Randy. So I heard almost everything you said, and I appreciate the trading history, but I don't think you answered the question. So what you just explained to me is kind of what you've explained to me a few times before, which I completely understand. But my question wasn't to break down the ceilings and floors that have happened over the past 3 years with JMB.
That's true. Your question was,
It's
are there any other factors?
Yes.
no. So no. So then I said the right thing. Everything affects the price, right?
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
what I'm asking is how much of the negative price performance in JMB here was impacted by all of what you just said over the past 10 minutes, in your
Um,
estimate.
So you're asking
I
for
would say
okay, what percent
95%.
I think that's answer you're asking, right? What portion of the total movement would you attribute to that one thing?
Yeah, so JMB has moved from Randy did well with starting with the history. When Randy you said when the SFC thing was announced, it went up to 50, right?
Yes.
The APO is at 38 point something. So let's use the 38 point something. Over the past
Mm.
3 years, it's moved from 38 point something to now you said 32 point something, right? And I think you just said so I'm asking what percentage of that negative price performance over a 3-year
Mhm.
period to the APO effect?
I would say most. In terms of an actual proper number, I can't say that I read. That's
Yeah, that's a hard thing to say, but
that's not a real number. That's not a
yeah,
number you can read a thing
I
out.
would say
But
more
I would
than
say most.
50%. I'd say more than
Yes.
50% personally. Meaning,
I think it colors too much other things. Even when JMB has good things going on that would before this timeline you would expect an increase in price. It does not really happen to the level you'd think, or it going
Mm-hmm.
down instead. You've
Yeah.
seen certain events happen and JMB weather the storm in the wrong way.
Yeah, so thanks for that, Randy. So what you're saying, well, and Danai. So you're saying that there are other factors that make up, in some cases, almost 50% of the price performance. So
That's what I was saying
absolutely.
at all.
No,
what
no,
I
no,
That's
absolutely not. Not
that's
at
not
all
what I
what
was
I
saying
was
at all.
saying.
well, you
No.
say 50% or
I'm saying
more
more
No,
than
is
no.
50.
attributed.
He's giving the mathematical most. So it's most. I
Thank you,
can't give
Dana.
you a number. I can't tell if it's 70, 60, 50. I just know it's most in my head. I can't
Yeah.
really get a number. That's a calculation I don't know.
I would say if you want me to hazard a number, I
Enough.
would say close to 90%. But I'm saying more than 50% in the probability sense, where if something is over 50%, then the thing that is over 50% is most likely to
Yeah.
happen. But
Yeah.
I'm comfortable going up to 90%, 95%. Meaning, without the APO, if everything else happened without the APO, the share price would fly. In fact, if we had replaced the APO with a renounceable rights issue, the share price would have gone, in my view, close to, if not over
So
200. You know what my
so
proof of
Randy.
that is? You know my proof of that
Mhm,
is in
mhm.
2019 there was this company called Barita that did a rights issue.
So hold on,
1990 from the rights issue. And then they did another
Randy.
one.
So I hear you. I hear you. And this is probably the data part of me kicking in because we can actually do this analysis, but I just fleshing it out here. So you're saying that about 90% of JMB's underperformance over the past 3 years has been attributed to the APO effect. Um, and so you
You
can
keep trying to
attribute
pin me to
that
that. You
performance.
keep trying to pin me to that number
No,
and I
that's
don't
actually
want to.
not significant in the question that I'm going to next.
Okay.
It's not really that significant. So how much of the underperformance? So and then you said, which is an important point, you said that if they didn't do the APO, the price would have probably skyrocketed.
Mm,
All right?
I am willing to bet money on it because I was betting money on it.
How much money?
Well, you want to know
Well,
what it was in
sorry.
2019?
Let's not go there. So let's not
I
go
don't,
there. So
I don't afraid of money,
what about the
I'm not
other
afraid to talk.
stocks? What about the other stocks over the past 3 years? And sorry, I don't have my money in front of me. Anyways, big up my money. Very good platform.
JA.com.
Yeah, man. Big up my money. JA.com.
Big up to the
Good
team. It's not me
platform.
alone. Let me have a team, and the team works hard. So big up to the team.
Yeah, man. Big up everybody. All the stakeholders up here. Anyway, we're getting off the point. So what about, so if I were to have my money in front of me, sorry I don't, and
Go
I
ahead.
were to pull up share prices over the past 3 years,
Hmm.
let's go to financial companies now. And if I found financial companies that underperformed over the past 3 years, but have provided good news and fundamentals and all of that, and
Hmm.
those companies without an APO underperformed,
Hmm.
then what was attributed to their underperformance?
It's a different reason. That's the question before doesn't answer the question you have here. Yeah,
I guess what I'm getting.
meaning they can have two different completely uncorrelated reasons for underperformance. APO is not the only reason we would say that is not the only reason we would say a company underperforms. So another company can underperform, for its own completely separate reason than the others.
Well, tell me who
Yeah.
these companies are, by
Thank
the way.
you.
Hold on, hold
Thank
on.
you.
But
Hmm.
the
Pause,
question
pause,
here then
pause.
is which ones here you say
Tell me who these
underperform?
companies are. Tell me who these companies are.
Yeah.
No, guys, remember, I'm saying I have the my money in front of me, you know.
But
No,
I
But
do. Hear me out. Hear me out.
yeah,
But Simon,
yeah,
this
Chris.
is not cricket, you know. So I don't know why you're bowling them kind of googlies here. You know. That is a serious googly.
Yeah.
What?
Google is boy, boy, Chris, him young, you know, so him not really watch cricket.
No, sorry, I'm not a cricket man. I'm a FIFA man. Ask Randy. I usually beat him
well,
up sometimes.
we should bring in Kirk man for the cricket talk.
Yeah, Kirk is more the cricket man. But Randy, my point, which I've highlighted to you before in our big group, is
Mhm.
the challenge that I have is when you say no to APO, and then in the disclaimer you say, of course, Barita did it very well, so this don't apply to Barita.
I don't say that either. I say, let me be very clear and
Mm.
honest. I say, once I hear APO, I sell. Once I hear right issue, I buy. I say, when it comes to APOs, the only one that has been done differently from the pack has been Baritas. And even theirs involve a hell load of spend in order to avoid the APO effect. And I make that to people
So,
very, very
so
clear.
Randy, you've never said say no to APOs.
No, no, you want me to say it no? Say no to APOs.
Anyway, yeah, I wasn't
What do you
pushing it to
mean?
say it, but no, but you
What do
say you
you
never
mean?
say it that way there, so I
No,
just said
yeah,
that to
because
ask
I
you.
want you to understand that it's not a clip. You want the full context of the thing. For a
Okay.
retail investor,
Mm-hmm.
an APO is destructive to your investments, and that has been proved by literally every single one, with the exception of Barita, who has done a hell of a lot of moves in
But
order to preserve their
Paul,
share price.
Paul made a critical point in his statement, and I think instead of putting this on the mechanism, and APO is just a mechanism.
How can I
You should,
deny the
you should,
mechanism
you
when it
should,
is it
you
is
should
an
probably
effect of the
hold on.
mechanism?
You should
Hold
probably
on, Randy.
place more weight on the people managing the mechanism.
You mean
Why?
the people, but
Let's be
managing the
serious.
mechanism or the final mechanism that
Let's be serious.
is less
There's not 10
tedious?
Paul Simpsons in the market.
Facts.
I
Well,
can't
there's
depend
only
on
one Paul
people.
Simpson in the market.
Exactly.
Exactly. So
So
I can't depend
that's why I
on
can Barita sales pitch.
yeah, I can't depend on the people who have shown that they are not either aware or don't care about the effect on retail suddenly act like they do. So I'm not going to say look on the team. I'm going to say no to APOs, but read the prospectus, see what's in there, and if it's somehow if I read an APO, I gave this out as a freebie, I'll give this one out again. If JMB had done an APO and said that within 2 years we are going to do a reverse stock split, I would probably think, okay, there might be an opportunity to buy this. But you're asking me to ignore the very clear evidence of literally every single APO because of the team. I can't trust that somebody in another company is going to do what Paul Simpson has done. I don't know that people in other companies are aware of even what has been done or able to do it themselves. And
I
even
think,
Paul
I
Simpson,
think,
hold on, and even Paul
mm,
Simpson and team did not start off with an APO. They went right issue first twice.
Well,
that,
Randy,
mm,
well, Randy, I think,
Yes,
I
sir, boy.
think, I think the evidence. One of the things I would say, Simon, is that Randy is dealing with a audience, a lot of whom are not stock market professionals, and so he has to develop some, easy phrases for them to go by. Now, when you look
Correct.
at this whole thing about APO versus rights, it's very complicated. And when you start to break them down case by case, you can there's a lot of things going on. So, for example, when you're doing the APO and it's at a higher price than your rights, you're bringing in strategic people, and your float is as close to zero. There's no company the size of Barita that has a float that is so low because you're bringing a strategic investor investor. He's the L. So you're not getting any float from him. And a lot of the
Right, Chris.
investors in Barita are they're looking for the long term. So they don't, a lot of
True.
people they go in IPO and then full up them cap deck with flippers. That's not the case with Paul. Paul's people they are sticking with him. So there's no liquidity there. And then he delivers in the balance sheet. So you get financial performance. You have no very low liquidity, and so it's a great recipe. You look on the other hand with like a JMB, which is one of the cheapest financial stocks on the market right now, and you start out at 50, you announce a thing below where you were, so immediately you have people saying, "Hey, I'm going to sell at 50 so I can buy back at 38."
Right, Chris.
Mhm.
Right. Well, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Think about it.
Then on
You
top of
would.
that, no, well, well, I mean, I certainly did that, and I made out like a
Oh,
bandit,
there you go.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, but Chris,
You would. You would.
Right?
Hold on, Chris, hold on. I'm going to cut your point because I think these guys tiptoeing around something, to right? Nobody wants to build the cat and say, well, what about the effect of Chris Berry on DTL?
No, well, I don't really want to discuss this in that open forum like this right now because
No,
Okay.
Randy, come on. You see me on the thing and Chris on the thing. Oh, you see, so you lost to the
You know,
anyway.
no,
Come
no,
on,
Randy,
come
no.
here,
The
today,
truth
Randy, I
people.
is,
couldn't hear anything
the
before a while ago, and
Yeah,
Yeah,
you break
this
up,
is when the
Randy. You
audio
break up.
started back.
no. The
oh
truth
my
is,
God.
Continue, Chris.
the only thing I will say about DTL,
Mm-hmm.
and Paul might not go and admit this now, but
Go easy now, Chris.
sometime within the next before he ends his career as a great investor, which so far he's one of the best in Jamaica, he will admit that he overpaid for that stock, right? But that's the only thing I'm
I'm
willing to
going to
say
give you
about
that.
that.
I'm going to give you that. I'm going to be honest about that. In about. I would. Sorry, I'm going to be open because I'm always the guys who work with me, who is on. They know I'm always honest as I can be. So Chris, I'll
Or
answer
I'll
the
say it
question in
another
about
way, Paul.
3 months. No. I'm going to.
No, I'll say
I'll
it
know in
another
3 months,
I'll say it
Chris.
another way. You were more optimistic about the prospects that had actually turned out, right? But that's all
Boy,
I'm willing to say
more
about
answer you
detail.
bad.
Eh?
If I did own 19.99%, if we did own 19.9%, I would have give you the answer now. But I'll give you the answer in about a month to 3 months. Um
Okay.
uh,
Well, all I say to you is that if in 3 months, the problem is rectified, I'll be the happiest man in the world.
no, I know, no. That's not what. Me too. But what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
because
as actually,
you in for more than me.
trust me, no. But what I'm saying, Chris, is that that reality. I suspect I'll take it on in about 3 months. I'll look into it. But that's not something we should. Let's wait water before I can be publicly open about it.
No problem.
Well,
But like I
boy,
say,
if
you
that's
guys
all
are
it going to take, boy, after 2 years, I will be glad if this is resolved in a quarter. That's all I can say.
What I'm vexed about is that I never buy SVL at when it was in the teens.
Well, I
Even though I
did
was
tell you to
Yeah,
buy,
even
but
though I was warned, and
I,
I was
I,
warned, and
you
I
were
could have.
warned by me too.
You
You
were,
were
you were,
warned
you
by
you
me.
did, and I'm admitting it. I don't have no qualms about admitting it. That was one of my that opportunity cost was wicked. That hurt.
well, let me tell you something, if you come to grow, if you can make the time, you will learn how to pick a stock like
No, no,
nobody else. Trust me.
yeah.
No, because I can tell you this: the grow
Randy
grads did
and,
not
and
miss
Danai.
SVL.
Hey,
They
but
never miss
Randy
Barita
and
either.
Danai, mega taking up on the offer.
anyway, I have a joke for you guys, right? I know Paul will like this one.
Tell me.
So over the years, right, since Barita was listed, I was used to make a lot of money on Barita because Barita always is one of the most volatile stock. So it used to drop down to nothing, and I'd buy like 3-4 million, and then it would like triple, and I would sell it. But I I I I heard that this fellow who had offered a job long time ago, a guy named Paul Simpson, he took over this company. But I didn't find out until after I took profits the last time. Had I known Paul was taking over the company and I'd kept the shares, you know how much money I threw away by selling early?
and
Well,
Chris,
I
what I
was
can
sitting
tell
on
you,
about 5 million burrito. I think I paid like $1.50 for them.
Jesus have mercy.
mm,
That's
no,
hurt my
not even
belly.
really.
Oh
Mm.
my God.
Well, well, gentlemen, here's what I can suggest for both of you. Both of those stocks you mentioned are available in the market Monday morning. Feel free to right your wrongs and buy both of them. The market will be happy.
No, my God. First of all, let me tell you, I love SVL, and there's something I don't even have to hide because we chat and cuss about it every time in our investment management meetings at the cornerstone level. I'm just talking about the cornerstone level now, which is a private company and not listed, someone can talk free.
Mm-hmm.
With that I think so I hope it come off a little bit, knock on wood, so we can buy some, right? um that was one of my big mistakes. You did warn me, Chris. I think it was 13 that no, it was $9 at the time, or $10. It has fallen to probably about $9 or $10, and I couldn't have gotten it for like $13. My God. Sure.
Yeah, well,
But
mine is.
I would have to revisit, not one on a boat right now. I'll probably buy one of
Mm.
Chris's own, right? Because I would have make a bag of
Well,
money.
well, my advice to you, Paul, is that since you don't like bolts, if I were you, I'd have tried find another three series bibber. One of them old one like what you like, and buy another one of those. Cause if you're not going to enjoy a boat.
No, what I need to do is talk to Randy and hopefully SVL pull back a little bit so we can buy some.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
a
first
chart thing,
mistake. Hope it's
That's
not
a
a
first.
strategy.
Yeah, man. We teach real things like how we talk real things. There's not a hope to this thing. Is you look at the future of the company, you look at the reality of the company and the reality of its market presence, and you step forward. And that brings us back, and I'm gonna cap the APO point there. It's the last point there why I'm against APOs. Because a APO strengthens the company's balance sheet, but weakens its share presence in the market, and it kind of abrogates. I won't say it abrogates shareholder rights because it is done properly, but it hurts, and and the people who don't have the 3 Series or the jets or the yachts, they're not in it all the time for the 10-year journey. Sometimes they're in it for the 10-month journey, and APOs is destructive to them. That's the simple truth. So if I could have it my way, I would have everybody understand the strength of a renounceable rights issue and how it can give you the same amount of capital. It can still allocate to specific parties, but it can also be beneficial to the small man and woman who is investing a nickel dollar. That's
We're
all I
going.
want.
We're going to come with some technical points. To give you a different perspective. On that,
I
Randy.
am
So no
always
problem.
open to being proven wrong. I'm always open to being
You
proven
can
wrong.
cap the argument on that one.
No problem. No problem. All right. Simon, you cool with that capping also?
If
Simon
you
probably
guys
cut
hear,
out.
yeah, man.
So man,
Simon have to get a better internet service provider, you know, man. Well,
Yeah,
we're
man,
not
quite
hearing
true.
Simon at all. All right, so we have Sir Phil and
Yeah,
the man from Japan waiting for a little while. So Sir Phil, what's up? I also
yeah,
see
man. And
Mark waiting, so I'll bring Mark in. But Sir Phil, let me hear what your point is.
just a quick point, man. I don't want to I begging not to quite cap that APO argument, APO rights issue argument
Ooh.
quite yet.
Boy,
Um,
the 3 o'clock on this, man.
Yeah, man, we don't want to go through. We don't
it
want to go through three.
won't be a long point, man. Won't be a long point.
Let me
Big
hear
up,
it, Sir
sir.
Phil. Go through. Go through.
Big up, Sir Simpson and Sir Chris. Big up, Simon and everybody on the call. Um, but I want to make a quick point. Paul had made a point earlier about APOs bringing in money and using that money to invest, and you're seeking alpha, at all points you're seeking alpha. But when we look at and it's a very simplistic view, but JMMB, before they did their APO, they had uh, in that year they had a net profit of $3.8 million. They did an APO and they issued like 600 million shares on top of the 1.3 billion that they had. So that would be half, right? 3 years later,
Which company is this, Phil? Sorry?
JMMB,
JMB.
JMMB.
JMMB. Okay. Okay.
3 years later, they have bought that huge stake in Sagicor Financial.
Mm-hmm.
Their net profit is almost 4 times that amount,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if we talk about seeking alpha, they have sought alpha and they have found it.
But not on the market.
But the share price has not moved. And I know it's a very simplistic view, but we talk about buying stocks for the long term. You could argue that that is medium term. But the point is, when you do a APO, when you do any raise, you do a raise in order to improve the business of the company. Yes, you have some dilution, whether it's an APO or a rights issue, you have some dilution, but you expect that what the business that you are improving with the money that you've gotten is going to outdo that dilution. And but because of the way that you do the raise, as you guys have outlined, it severely affects the share price, despite the fact that despite the amount of profit
Yep.
that you have compounded over because of the raise. So I just wanted to make that point. I mean, it's clear. The JMMB is a clear example of it, and the others are. I mean, proven has. I mean, I don't know how much things proven by since since Feb did the APO and nothing.
Still a wait.
Yeah, so I don't think that it's so. I just want to put out a challenge to Paul and all the
Houses.
investment bankers.
Mm.
Um, when the technical guys give you reasons to do an APO, just ask them why can't we do that? Whichever reason they give you, just ask them why we can't do a renounceable rights issue, and see if you can get a good answer. I begin
I will do this.
for future raises.
Many years ago, I said no more free Randy, but I will, for the future of the market, for free, play the consultant role in the small way that I can, and show how every single thing that you want from an APO can be found in a renounceable rights issue. Just to kill that thing, because it can kill the market. Dilutive secondary
It
offers
becomes
are dangerous around the world. I don't care if we want to call them APOs in Jamaica. A dilutive secondary offer can kill a market, especially a young market like ours that's young in air quotes, but really just coming into its own. You do not want lower financially literate people who are expecting something to be constantly disappointed. That is a dangerous thing. I understand from a business perspective why APOs could be done, but the business perspective is not the majority of the people in the market. And I think in this I'm speaking for the majority of the
I
people in the
mean, the
market.
business
But Sir Phil,
perspective.
And
yeah,
Sir
man. Thank you for
and
that,
Sir
Sir
Berry
Phil. I don't
actually
want
added to the point.
yeah.
Sir Berry actually added to the point. In that he pointed out that Barita brought on investors that that did not add to the float. And so yes, that works. That works. That does not work against the share price.
Yeah, man.
That's a
Um,
point against APOs.
Yeah, man.
but that is a point against APOs.
Yeah, where if the new party coming in is not going to release shares across the market, meaning actually sell to the open market, then the dilutive secondary offer can work. It is that element of bringing in a lot of people at a lower price without any controls on them, which you can't control retail investors that way. That is the dangerous thing about it. It is that
Yeah.
element that makes it bad.
Yeah.
We have even a microcosm of the whole thing with the I create
With the I
and
create, I was gonna say that exactly.
yeah, it would appear that like the larger shareholders who got in privately are dumping their shares, and you see the effect on the share price in a small way. So it's a microcosm of the bigger effect. But at the end of the day, we'll leave it for that conversation that
Yeah.
Paul and team have promised us. All right. Thank you very much for that, Sir Phil.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
man.
I get it. I'm excited. I'm
All right,
excited
boss.
to put on my gloves in the ring with you, Randy.
All right, bossy. No problem. Sir Pickles, the man from Japan.
Yes. About a 3 hour man wait still, but big up to all the members of the what is the space here. Simon, Chris Berry, Paul Simpson. Paul Simpson went to a good school, So you go.
Top school
There's a
him
quick
going, brother.
story that's very nice.
Respect.
Yeah.
Very nice. I was studying at UAE. Paul Simpson was sitting across from me at this. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was studying for a physics exam. Now I forget it. Fell asleep and started to snore. Then somebody come tap me, say, sir, you're snoring and disturbing the whole library. Then Paul Simpson started to laugh. I said, yo, bro, you give me advice to study for your next hour, but now I'm rate you, dog, I rate you. I think he was studying for M27 exam, Miss Elmo. Elmo Finance over Pure and Applied. Yeah, so don't that so
You're
the
telling the
library,
things
man.
them. You're telling the things them. So
Yeah,
back
man.
to
So,
the question you asked. Yeah, Krista had asked, and you Randy. It in my DNA, right? So now at 118, I just I get started. Ask Simon and the
so
Barita
yeah.
team.
Man, I bleach, man, I run the midnight child from a long time, isn't me? So just pick up. I'm really proud of it. All the night, then big up Randy and Paul. And all the road up to man, isn't me? Out.
The okay, brother. Big up.
So Pickles now running the usual line. I
Oh,
think I think
oh,
I think I
I
think Paul would agree with you on that
Pesco,
one, So
Oh,
Pesco,
yeah.
Pesco,
The man
Pesco.
does say
Gasfriend,
Pesco.
Gasfriend.
Fresco indeed. Next up we have Marlon Campbell, C. Campbell, who has been waiting forever, and Arville Reeves. Marlon? Marlon gone. Arville, what's up?
Marlon tired of it now, man.
Yeah, man. Arville?
Arville?
Arville, we're not hearing you either. So I can just go through kind of late. So I'm just going to go through the speakers. And if you fix that, Arville, you can send back the request so we can talk. All right. Marlon, you can hear us again? Still not there. All right, next up we have Mark Gill. Happy New Year, Mark. Haven't seen you here in a
Happy New
long,
Year,
long
Mark. What's
time.
good?
Yeah, man. Big up Randy, big up Denai, big up Paul,
Wagwan.
Simon, Chris.
Big up them. I don't see
Um,
you still listen to Brick Talk, brother.
yeah, you guys are too consistent. Like, I can't keep up with you guys every Friday night. So when I get a chance, and I'm realizing, things spicy tonight with all the tweets me I send me say, the timeline they on fire. So what God, so I'm coming here and one bag of bangarang, so one bag of Ardenite and all these things. So yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question, Randy, and then about Randy, I caught you the APO effect explanation, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I guess the one question I would ask you, I have a different hypothesis about why companies that have done APOs, have not performed, why the stock price hasn't performed well. But what I wanted to ask you is, let's just say
So
that we
let's
had a
hear it.
hypothetical.
No man, let's
Well,
hear yours. Let's hear that.
but hold
Let's hear
on.
why
So
you
let
think.
me just ask the question first, and then I think that will lead you to, what my hypothesis is. So let us say that there's a hypothetical company, and we could use a real company, but I'm not going to because
Why?
I'm conflicted. You are conflicted. Barry is conflicted, and so on, right? So let's just use a hypothetical company. That it's a small company comes, raises the minimum on the junior market, $50 million in an IPO, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's performing really well, knocking financials out the park, and quarter after quarter it's performing really well, and then it decides that it wants to raise some more money, and then it wants to do another APO, or he wants to do another fundraise, and they choose to do an APO, and it's a 50. They choose to do a $50 million APO, right? Now, given that that is the case, and let us say
And this
again,
this hypothetical company is in our stock market.
yes, and it's listed on the junior market, so they raise the
So they're
minimum for the
doing a
junior market.
$50 million
Yeah, man.
APO.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So again, so it's a small company, right? And so because they're small, they couldn't raise the max, so they decided to raise the minimum. So they decided to raise the $50 million, which is the lower end of the range, right? Then they took that equity capital, they invested in the business, and they grew. And as a result of that, the fundamental performance of the company improved significantly. Let's say profits doubled or tripled over the following 24 months, and then the stock price, rose accordingly, right? So, given that that is the scenario, and then they decide, okay, we've proven out the model and we really want to accelerate, and so therefore want to raise more, equity funding, and so they want to do another round, and so they chose to do an APO. Right now, remember they've
Mark,
only raised $50 million in share
Mark,
capital. So
Mark.
yeah,
Sorry to cut you. I don't think you even realize you did it. You said APO when you meant IPO.
no man, yeah. What I'm saying is, so they did an IPO first,
Yes,
right?
but you said APO. That's why I was confused.
Okay,
So they listed for 50 million. Cool.
right.
Now they
So they
want
did
to
that.
expand
Right. So
and
exactly. So they did an
uh-huh,
IPO first, right? They
uh-huh.
raised $50 million
50
dollars
Yeah,
million.
in
They're
but they,
coming for
in
50
yeah,
million
man.
now.
They're at
right,
the
exactly. And
expansion
then
point. Yeah.
right, and they have so based on the equity that they raised in the IPO, they executed on the plans and they knocked the plans out the park, right? And then 2 years later, they decide that they want to kind of kick it up a notch again. So they want to go out to the market for an additional $50 million. Right? So they have
50
$50 million
million.
in share capital on their balance sheet, and they want to
Uh-huh.
raise an additional $50 million as an APO. Now,
Uh-huh.
given your theory, what do you and what I just
Yeah.
outlined a while ago, what do you still believe that the APO effect will happen in that particular instance?
Do you know what the APO effect is?
Well, you just described it and you described it well, so I don't think we need to
Tell me it in
rehash it
your
because
words. No, you tell me it in your words.
well, based on your description, my
No, no.
understanding,
Yeah.
right, my understanding of your description, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding of your description is that when a company um, basically issues new shares at a price either at the market price or below the market price, then that essentially creates a ceiling for the price, right? So,
Wrong. No, no. Stop. You can pause there. No. No.
okay,
The APO effect is when a company issues shares, and it can be a lower, it makes sense for it to be a lower price than market price. When a company issues shares to external parties, so not to the
okay,
shareholder, the shareholding circle,
sure,
they issue shares to the public or external parties who have no issue selling said shares once they are in possession of them. That's the APO effect. The APO
okay,
effect is a company with 500 shareholders and a share price of $10, bringing in 1,000 new shareholders at a share price of $2. That company will not see anything above the $2 region for the next few years because you have brought in 1,000 new people at a much lower entry price. That is the APO effect.
right, okay. So going back to my example,
Hold on, you
right? So let's just say
understand
that
that?
that yeah, man, I understand that. I understand that. So, but I'm just trying to
And
kind of like
I just want to make one point there. It does not need to be a lower price,
Exactly.
right? I'm
But
just
Agreed.
it but
saying
but
that.
but, but it
I
seals it.
want to put that on the
but
record to
it's
say it does not
true,
need to be a lower price
but
to
it seals it.
disadvantage the existing shareholders. But go ahead. Go
But
ahead,
it seals it
Banana.
when it's a lower price, and that it accelerates what happens when it's a lower price.
Well, okay. So for the sake of argument, let us say that they issue it at the market price, right? So in this example, they IPO'd at $1. Because of
Hmm.
the fundamental improvement of the company, the stock price has gone to $3,
That's
and
not
then the
why the stock
APO.
price
That's
has
not where the
moved. But
price
I hear
goes
you.
up.
But I
All
hear
right,
you.
sure. But I'm saying for the purposes of this example, just go with me for a
We
second, right?
can't. No, I can't do that. I can't go down the incorrect road just for it. Just skip the reason. The share price is
Wow.
now at $3.
Okay,
And then the
exactly.
APO.
The price
APO
is
what
now at
price?
$3, and the APO at $3.
$3.
$3
Yes,
to who?
they're free to new shareholders, brand new. So everybody all existing shareholders get diluted. It's not a rights issue. If any existing shareholders want to participate, they have
I
to
know how it works. I know
participate
how
in
it
the
works.
APO,
Buy
right?
into
So
it.
it's
So
a
So it's
right, they have to buy into the APO. So everybody gets diluted. So they've only raised $50 million before, and
yeah, man. We
they're
got
raising
that. We got it. We
fifty
got it
million
now.
dollars in the
so
APO
so, so the question you're asking is it the APO effect will still apply?
yes.
Likely.
Hmm. Well, possibly. Hold on
It's
now. If you
possible,
bring
and it's possible. Why I say it's likely? What's the actual? What's like the share cap of the
no, it
company?
might not. No, hold up, hold
It
up,
might.
hold
I
on,
know,
Danai. That's an
and
interesting situation where it might
it is.
not. If
I'm doing the same thing you're doing. Just different
okay,
angles.
go ahead. Go through. Go through. Go
But
through.
you don't have to. You don't have to be. You don't have to be separate. It doesn't have to be simultaneous. What I'm looking at it is, yeah, there's other factors that can come into that and make that not necessarily a problem. If the company like trades very often and 50 million are dropping the bucket overall for its share capital, for its for its share capital, then that might not be a big issue there. If it has like
Well, it's
good like
doubling its share capital. But yes, continue.
But hold
no
on.
man, I don't
Here's
mean
a
the share
point
cap,
that.
not share
Sorry. Go
capital,
ahead. Go
not
ahead.
share capital. It's like market cap,
Float.
market capital. No man,
Okay.
or sure float, even float, but
No,
even then,
market cap is correct. Be accurate.
you're funny. The thing there, the well, yeah, and supposed to have like some really strong plans that people see a strong tangible benefit for after that APO, then the effect might not be so heavy.
Very
But it
good
depends on the
point,
company.
Danai.
It's not
That
a
is
it
exactly
is not a broad brush.
it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Thank you.
But
I,
Paul,
you
you would
know,
be
go,
surprised. You
Randy.
would be
But
Okay.
no, but
surprised.
no, but no, but
Randy,
No.
Randy, you
But the brush
can't
is
have it
reasonably
two ways,
thick.
you know. Your
Paul,
partner,
Hold
your
the
on.
brush is
partner gives the
reasonably thick.
most open and honest answer,
But
right?
Paul, hold on no. Hold
Anyways,
on no.
the gloves didn't come with
No
me
man.
in the
No
car.
man. Listen.
So
Hear me out.
is that next convo? Go on, go on, go on, go on.
Hear me out. That point that in your hypothetical case, Mark, where share price is at $3, a bunch of new shareholders are brought in at three
At 3,
dollars.
Mm-hmm.
It could very well avoid the APO effect. No, I'm not saying that it couldn't. The price actually, while it doesn't have to be, the price is oftentimes a very strong factor in terms of the dilutive secondary effect, the APO effect I call it, right?
mm-hmm.
Because if the share price was at 3 and this offer was at 1, then we would have a
Mm-hmm.
problem at 1. But the fact that the APO price is matching the market price means that it's now the bigger factor now becomes the future performance of the company. I am actually okay with that. If again you don't
Or
listen to
or
no hold on,
or
pause for a second, pause for a second.
but rather I'm
If
going
you
to
you
I'm
have
going
to
to help
pause,
you out,
you have
I'm
to. I don't need the
making your
help.
point for you. All
I don't
right, go
need the
ahead.
help. You don't know my point. I am actually on record multiple times as saying, and Dana is also, that there might be ways in which you can tweak an APO for it to work. Now, in the event that the company uses that capital well and everybody got in at the same price, so we're not worrying about the price, it's at the same price, then you might not have an issue. Now, let's be realistic about it. If I am in at $1 and this happens at $3, I might think, well, on the risk of it falling, let me sell. In fact, let me sell at 280, right? Which might then screw up the actual APO going to completion. No, if
Randy, going down a road that
I'm going on a road that the
you
market
don't
lives
need to
down,
go down
Paul.
that road.
No,
That's
sir, this is where I
practical.
live.
You don't need to
This
go
is
down
where
that road
practice.
to make the
But
point. But go
but
on.
it is
No, no, no.
possibility.
but it's
This
a
is where we
possibility.
live. This is the real. This is why we don't lose money on the market over this side, because we go down the road and understand it fully. It's a wonderful setup that you put out there, Mark. But assuming that the shareholders are coming, don't sell, and also assuming that the price that they get it at, if you go to the public, is actually equal to the market price, then you're in a very interesting place. But my question then would be a point that none of us have touched. Why do that to the shareholder rights? Why go through this trouble for 50 million?
Okay, but no, hold on, Mark, give me a second.
Yeah, man, go on, Paul.
Randy, Danai, who benefits if the current shareholders are in at a price at $1 and a rights issue happens at $3, and the rights issue, and the who benefits if the current shareholders are in at $1 and the APO happens at $3?
Good question.
Hold on, Mark. Hold on.
You say who benefits?
Mhm.
Assuming that the money is raised, that
Yes.
the company benefits.
Company benefits, yeah.
No, not just well.
Hold on, Mark. Randy
I know
and
where you're
Danai
going.
are two. They're very smart. Very smart guys. Randy and Danai, who benefits if the rights issue is at $1, and so if the
APO.
current shareholders,
that's a good mistake to make.
okay.
Yeah.
If a rights issue is at $1 and an
Uh-huh.
APO is at $3, since it's a good mistake, let's use that good mistake. If our rights is at $1
Mhm.
and our APO is at $3,
Mhm.
who benefits?
When you say so we're talking about the same company in let's say two
Same
different
company,
dimensions
they
here.
can
Same
either go rights
company.
issue or a thing. They can either go rights issue or APO. And you're
And in one
saying if it's an
universe, they
APO, it's
went.
a $3, and the rights issue is a $1. And they're
Yes,
raising the same amount of money.
and the raising capital for the business. Who benefits?
No,
Raising
the
the same
rights issue
amount of
happened
money.
at $1 before, and Dana, I think
No,
is what Paul was saying.
no. Even if it
At the
happened,
same time. Okay,
if
go
So
ahead.
it
I mean, no,
technically
me,
should
no,
happen at the same time. But
no,
let's say one
So I'm
happens today
asking.
and the other happens
Oh,
tomorrow.
so they both happen to the company. So one happens and
Yes,
the other happens.
yes.
Okay. So the
Who
rights issue
benefits?
happens at $1 and the APO happens at $3.
Yes.
When you
That's
say
not
who,
actually asking a question in the sense of
yeah,
what we were talking about, though.
All right, but Randy says it's a good mistake. But you're going to see that it's the
because
same
I
thing.
thought you were
No.
talking
It's
about
gonna
a
you're gonna see it's the same thing. What happened? You're gonna see it's the same thing.
I thought it was a choice. Who benefits? That's a pretty open question for not a scenario we're discussing.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
One happens
So
and the other. Who benefits after
who
everything done?
benefits? Who benefits if the share price is at $1? Let's forget the rights issue. The share price is
Okay.
at $1 and an
Yeah.
APO happens at $3. Who benefits?
When the APO happens at $3, is the
You
money
mean
raised?
the IPO was at $1, Paul, but the APO is at
No, man.
$3.
The company is trading today at $1 and an APO
Yes.
comes out.
Yes.
That on the offer is $3. Who
Yes.
benefits?
And the APO is successful. Yes.
The APO is successful?
Yes.
How is the APO successful?
No, because the outside shareholders bought
No.
into it.
Allow him to answer. I
Okay.
want him to say that. How is it successful? The outside shareholders
The
bought
funds
in at
are raised.
$3.
Full stop. The funds are raised at $3.
Because Paul went to raise, master fundraiser went to raise the
Yeah,
funds.
so
And he raised the funds.
the strategic interests are aligned and somebody
The,
put in. So who
the
benefits?
right,
Not the retail shareholder.
the rights of our people benefit because
There we
the
go.
new investors paying a premium for the same value stock.
Chris,
And
thank
as long
you.
and
Exactly.
Randy
and they're not.
and Danai knows the answer.
No, but
Yeah.
I'm answering. You stop me mid
No, we
answer.
never
You stop
stop
me
you.
mid
You know
answer.
the answer, man. Chris
No, when
answer
you
this
stop me
for
mid
you.
answer.
This is
So
straightforward. So the point is,
the strategic investor is paying more,
yes,
For the
but he
shares, yes,
agreed to pay
Exactly.
more, and
yes.
in order to have that stake.
the rights
And
people
he's not going to
benefit.
sell either. So we're good.
That's exactly the point.
So remember,
That's
the
what
APO effect has a big part of
Chris,
of the APO effect is somebody selling, the new shareholder selling, and the strategic investor
Paul,
is not going to sell. So we're good,
Paul,
right?
You knew that Mark was going to come to get you to agree with me because you just agreed with me.
No.
He actually just
I'm
did.
agreeing with Chris.
What we said
Who's
that just.
agreeing with me?
Well, we just said
Thank
that.
you, Mark. Thank you, Mark.
So
Happy
what
New
I'm
Year. Damn.
so my point is if the stock price is at $1 and a strategic investor is coming in to pay at $3, your minority shareholder benefits. The company benefits. So even if you do a rights issue at 1 and an APO at 3, your minority and legacy shareholders benefit. And so
All existing shareholders.
it is not about the mechanism. It's how you do how you implement the mechanism, Randy.
But Paul,
And
hold
that
on.
is my
But
point.
But
And
we agree
remember,
with that.
Randy,
But
and
Paul, we
this is
agree
not
with that.
I've not done this thing
Paul,
1,
you're
2,
agreeing with me.
But
3,
Paul, we're not
4.
nobody
It's
else
not
are disagreeing with
theory.
that.
This is
You're agreeing
practical.
with me.
This
But
is
Paul, nobody
practical
disagree with
knowledge
that.
I'm talking about.
But nobody
Paul, you're
disagree with that,
agreeing
Paul.
with me. You're agreeing with me, Paul.
No.
It's the
So I
same.
don't want you to continue going down a road, right? This is my wish, to bash the mechanism.
And I
What you
understand
need to
though the
do
actual value to the retail investors.
qualify the mechanism, and if the
I
mechanism
do.
is done
But we do it
wrong,
often. But we do it many times.
Retail
Yeah.
But
investors
Paul,
get discipline.
and
So
that was
Paul,
Randy,
almost
Randy,
every
when
single
I
time
Gentlemen,
on the
hold
show we
on.
talk about APO that is mentioned.
I will
we
Yes,
have to
qualify it
gentlemen.
say,
all the time.
I will have to say, it's all non-Paul Simpsons APO.
you,
no,
you
but
know
Chris,
why,
But
Chris? Because when we were putting it together,
that is exactly the
one
point. The way
one
that Barita engineered.
class of shareholders were on our minds. One class,
The retail
minority shareholders. Because if the minority
sounds
shareholder
clear.
win, to us,
Everybody wins.
everybody win,
Exactly.
right?
right? If the
100%.
right?
So the
If the
same thing.
minority shareholders win, everybody win. And I can tell
Paul,
you something. That is why I don't agree in investing in stocks that you are not in the same boat as the board and management and the largest shareholder. If you are not in the same
agreed.
boat as them, don't invest in that stock. I want to be in the
Okay.
stock that very in, right? Because if him get hurt, I get hurt, which is good,
Paul, hear me
which
out.
means that he's going to be the best.
Paul,
He's going.
you contradicting yourself now,
No, no,
Yeah, you're contradicting
no.
yourself now.
I want to be in the boat.
So how you
I want to be
explain
in the
proven?
same
How you
boat as the
explain proof?
largest shareholder.
How you explain proven then?
Woo!
Well, I told you that
Woo!
there's a stock. I told you that there's a stock that I
You're
don't
not in the
that I'm not going
same
to be
boat.
invested in,
You're
right? Or
not
I
in the
don't
same
agree.
boat.
Go
I'm in a
ahead.
boat there
You're
and a
not
yacht.
in the same boat.
You have said exactly the question that Randy, sorry, answered the question that Randy asked me about an hour and a half ago. And
Agreed, you
you
know,
have
gentlemen.
answered that question. You have answered
But
that
Paul,
question,
But
Chris.
you
Paul,
of all people, why you do that? It don't make no sense.
No, you're not going to draw me out.
you draw yourself
You're
out.
not going to
Hey!
draw me out.
No,
You draw yourself out.
I mean, listen,
You're not going to draw
you
me
know,
out, Chris.
no,
And the
no,
truth is, at this point, um well, I shouldn't call it a rounding error, but
Wow.
it's
Damn.
is not you know
It's not material. It's not
it's not
material.
material.
Okay, I understand. But Paul, let me just try. Ask you something for you. I
but
suspect that.
Paul, the problem is this, right? We all come and we say, oh, we're being frank and open and all of this, and we
I
trying to
told the story
learn
on
from
pitch deck,
each
I
other.
told all of it, Chris,
I would
and
say
that
we
is gonna
try to
happen.
learn from each other, right?
Go on,
And then no, you say we mustn't do this thing, and then
don't do
you go
it.
back and do the same thing where you're telling us not to do.
No,
It's
hold on.
confusing.
When did I do it? When did I do it?
I don't
Randy,
understand you. I'm confused.
hold on. Randy, pull it up on the screen and see when that transaction happened.
What you mean? The 4.9% have proven that. What we talking
No, it
about
was
then?
5% first.
But
but the law doesn't allow you to. The law doesn't allow 5% of a. Okay.
right?
Then
But
but Paul,
that was a different and
fine.
the reason I didn't participate in their rights issue, Chris. I did not.
True.
you mean
Because of the
APO?
exact reason what I'm
APO.
preaching against.
Don't
I'm just
correct him.
I
Oh,
Don't
just
correct
listen, for
yourself.
the avoidance of doubt, guys, I'm not saying it's not a good stock to buy. I'm not saying that. Don't
Yeah,
No, I
misunderstand
know,
what I'm
man.
saying.
right,
we're
right,
clear.
right.
Thank you for making that clear.
But I want to ask Randy, and sorry for just jumping like this. Randy, you don't lose.
Simon, hold on one sec though, because I want
Yeah.
this to be very clear. I can tell that something happened with Paul. I suspect you've heard our views about APOs from everybody outside of us. But anybody who actually listen to what we say, know that we talk about that nuance.
No
Yep,
man, no man, no
all
man. I'm
time.
there. I'm there, Randy and
Yeah,
Danai.
man.
No.
So
I'm
when
there.
I
I'm there. I'm
say so
there.
when I
No, no,
say
no, no.
no to
No.
APOs, there is a caveat that I always give. That there and
Profit.
we have said exactly that if somebody can come with it in a way where this effect can be mitigated or removed, then that's fine. But until then, I'm saying no to it. And my question is always, why do it when you don't have to do it? To quote the great Wayne Marshall, you remember this song back in the day, Paul, why you do it when you know you shouldn't be doing it?
I
Yeah,
think you were
big
talking
tune.
about something different still, but
I think he was probably talking about something different, Randy.
but Randy, just to kind of
It
like
could have been.
just to put a bow tie on the point I was making earlier about my example, right?
Mhm.
Which I am happy that we got a chance to ventilate it because in all this discussion about APOs over the last year or whatever, it's always focused on the larger entities, right? And this is my hypothesis.
No, sir.
My hy-
No, sir.
my
Maybe,
my
maybe for
hypothesis.
you. Hold on. Maybe for
Oh,
you. But let me be clear because unlike you, I'm not going to say that. You build something that sounded a lot like Eddie Focal and then you back off from it. We don't back off from it here. Even just any junior market company, doing an APO at the low level is unnecessary. But if you bring in retail investors at a lower price than the current share price, you set yourself up for trouble. At the low numbers of the current junior market, there is no need for it to be done. Do a rights issue, and there are certain things you can do around and within a renounce of the rights issue to allow it. The biggest concern I think at that level would be can the majority shareholder or the controlling shareholders maintain their control? There are things that can be done around that. I have to always fall on the side of the retail investor. It is a retail investor who so far has been burned by every APO except the Barita ones. There you go, Paul. And unless everybody else who is going to do it is going to show that they are thinking along the same lines, then we're going to be burned.
And the
right,
I
retail
have to
shareholders
tell
have a
people,
market where
so
these are
Randy,
public companies talking about. If you're
sure,
talking about
you see, you're making my point for me, right? Like, which is where I was going. The point I was making, and the reason I asked that question the way I asked it, is because, and my hypothesis is that it's not the APO effect, it is the effect of large issues relative to the size and the pockets of retail investors.
yeah,
Because,
man,
in
that's
other
what we
words,
call incorrect. That's you would
okay,
find that out the
but
hard way.
let me just finish. Let me just finish, please.
All right, go ahead.
Because my hypothesis is that a lot of these large issues that want to raise billions and billions and billions of dollars,
Hmm.
you're not going to raise billions and billions of dollars from the average retail investor, right?
Why not? Stop,
You
Paul.
have to
Why not?
include
Why
just
not?
here because the Jamaican market hasn't developed to the point where enough of our retail investors don't have that aggregate amount of investing power yet.
All right,
However, you
Mark, what you're saying is rubbish. Not in a nice way. It's rubbish. Look on Wigton. Granted, the pensions were in Wigton. Granted, some institutions were in Wigton. But how much of Wigton was retail? Look on
Randy,
Trans-Jamaica.
No, Randy.
Randy, Randy,
You
Randy,
can't
Hang
use Wigton.
Randy.
why can't I use
No, you
why?
Wigton?
can't. You can't. With
Okay, hold on,
Wigton,
Wait,
hold
so
on.
why, why,
the
why,
average
why?
retail
Randy,
investor in Wigton can't find
Randy.
1.5 billion or
So,
2 billion
Randy,
dollars.
you're saying retail
No,
investors
no, no,
were the
no,
ones
no,
that
no,
brought
Randy.
those transactions? Come on.
Gentlemen,
Randy.
Nobody
My
saying.
friend.
exactly.
stop.
There were
Help me out.
seven. Every broker
Stop.
was a selling.
Help me
Was a
out.
broker.
Go easy,
Help me
Randy.
out.
And
Gentlemen,
Randy, where you
big
getting this
Chris Berry
are
information?
you
and
I
listening?
think
Mary
we got.
was the
You guys
lead.
want to listen? You guys want to listen?
Come on, yo.
No,
Mr.
are you going to
Alcantara is the
listen?
one that
Are you
did
going to
winter. They can
listen?
talk to him.
Simon. Okay, hear me out. I'm gonna go again. Yes, the pension. I wonder if you guys heard me a while ago when I said that.
Said what?
Yeah, man. We heard the pension.
I,
We heard you said the
I said
pension.
yes, the pensions participated. Yes, the institutionals participated and participated heavily. But the idea that you cannot raise a strong amount of money from the retail market is not an idea that I'm going to abide by, and it's not an idea that is going to justify. Oh well, an APO that is at the retail level won't burn, because the reality of the APO effect is very much done from the retail level. It is not the institutions that are selling back heavily on the market to cause JMB share price to not go anywhere. Pause and
Okay.
think of
So
what
and
I
this
just
is
said. Pause and
No,
sure.
think
it
of
I
what
is
I
the
just said.
volume of the retail investors that have bought into the APO that are selling to cause the price to fall.
no.
Exactly. When
But okay.
the pension buying for 10 years, 15, 20,
Correct. They're
30
not
years.
selling.
When the institutionals buying, they're buying for these long periods. When the funds buying, that's what they're buying for.
You
But
see,
when somebody take them 200 grand and it drop below, the day them sell it in the queue, they might drop it 10%. Somebody else see drop 10% and them come a little further and them sell theirs, it drop 15. The downward breaker hit. The next day, the other person have 100 grand go, may I get up before the downward breaker hit again? That is the day-to-day reality of the market. That's not
Okay,
a theory, that's a fact.
use the inverse. Use the inverse.
Randy,
Use the inverse. No,
Randy,
Randy. Use the inverse. What happen if I want to buy 6 million Barita stock or 6 million let's say 12 million Wigton stock.
12 million units a week ton.
Hmm.
You're choosing to buy it on the
All
market
right,
or you're
sorry.
making a call.
Let's say I want to buy 5% a Wigton tomorrow.
Well, 5% a week ton is gonna
The
require you
average
probably.
retailer can do that.
No, but we're not speaking about that. It is literally that the lack of
No,
them
but
being able to do that is the point.
yeah, I want to jump
But
in,
that's my
Randy.
point, though, Randy. And
Sorry.
it's gone, Sam.
Yeah, yeah, I want to jump in. Sorry. So I declare an interest here as an investment banker myself with Paul and Chris to some extent as well. So Mark's point was that the what we're defining as the retail market here, and retail here is not a derogatory term. It's just we're talking about everybody outside our institutions.
Yes, that's what
Mark's
retail
point,
is. It's never
yeah,
derogatory.
man. I just clarifying that so everybody understand. Mark's point is that if you want to raise a certain amount of money, that particular part of the market cannot raise it. So the points that you pointed up a while
All
ago
right,
are unrelated. They are
pause,
unrelated to what
pause.
Mark is talking about.
No, they
Because in
are
your
not.
comment,
Pause
hold
for a
on, Randy, let
second,
me talk now.
Simon. No, but I'm saying
Let me,
that's wrong.
yeah, but
Tell
hold
me the
on, let me
figure.
finish talk now.
Tell me the
In,
amount of money that
in,
the retail cannot
in,
get.
in your comment a while ago, you said if them raise this excluding pension funds, and but you can't exclude that if
He
that's
didn't
what
say
Mark is
that.
talking
Exactly.
about. That's
He
exactly
said
what
that. He
Mark is
said that.
talking about. You said
Time out.
Exactly.
excluding pension funds.
That's not what I
That's what he
said.
said.
I
What you
said
mean?
That's what he said.
yes, we can exclude the effect of the pensions and the
But
institutionals.
how can
In other
you?
But
words,
that's
That's
the
the point.
point that Mark is
gentlemen, listen to
saying.
what I'm
That's the
saying.
point. How
Sorry.
would
All right,
we
let me go
turn?
again. Let me
So,
say it
so
another way for you to get the comprehension, because you're not understanding me. Let me say it another way. Yes, the pensions and the large parties are heavy hitters in that, and they put the majority of the money in. Is that clear? Outside
Yes.
of their effect, however, that's what I mean. You understand when I say exclude
I
them not?
I hear you, but I'm saying Mark is saying including their effect. So if you say outside of their effect, you're drifting from what Mark is saying. So what
Exactly.
he's saying
No.
to raise a certain amount of money, and Paul said it before. Paul said if you want to bring in a strategic party and you're looking to raise, we're talking about bigger money here. So let's say you want to raise $13 billion. I think generally what we're asking from you is can the retail market raise $5 billion? Can the retail market raise $3 billion? So when we're
You're
looking at these
asking me that.
issues,
Okay.
let's move away from theory and all of that. You
Okay.
have people on
Hear
this
me
call.
out. Pause for a
You have
second. I'm gonna do it. No, I'm gonna do it in two ways. You need to broaden your horizon a bit. Why can't you sell the renounceable right? Why can't you renounce some rights to a pension? Why can't you renounce $1 billion of a $3 billion raise to the pension?
Randy, you're getting
Yeah,
caught up in the
that's
wrong thing. Like it
You're
doesn't.
not. No, you
The
just didn't
mechanism
answer
doesn't
the
me.
point.
matter. If
Deliberately.
if
Oh my
the
God.
Randy, if the liquidity is not there, it doesn't matter if it's an APO, IPO, rights issue, renounceable rights issue, participating in pref shares. It does not matter. If there's only $1 billion of retail money,
Yeah.
hypothetically speaking, I'm not saying there is, but I'm saying if there's only $1 billion of retail
Uh-huh.
money for an offer, and you are trying to do a $5 billion rights issue and only targeting retail investors, it does not
Yeah.
matter. You're not going to raise the $5 billion.
But
But
Paul,
That's
can
the
I
why?
tell you
But,
reality.
something? No,
but
hold on.
Mark,
Whoever
That's not
said
the
to
point,
only
though.
why
target the
why is the rights
retail?
issue excluding? Why is the rights issue only being put to retail?
I'm
Why is the
No,
hypothetical rights issue only going to retail?
Dana, because it goes back to the point I was making earlier, which is that most of the APOs that we have seen that are
Mm-hmm.
commonly referenced to
Mm-hmm.
about this APO effect are main
Uh-huh.
market APOs.
That
That is
doesn't
what.
matter, Mark.
Oh, so
Yeah,
you say
but
if it's a junior market APO, it's not going to work?
what?
It
No,
needs to.
Retail was a junior
no.
market
But then
APO.
I remember the
Oh
example
my
I brought
God.
up, the $50 million IPO and the $50 million APO. The reason I did
Mark.
that very specifically
Mark.
because
Hold on, Randy, hold
no,
on.
hold on,
Go through, Mark. Continue, I want to hear that.
because we all on this call have a general understanding that a $500 million IPO can more or less easily be raised from retail investors. We all know that. We see it all the time. That's why I chose the $50 million figure, because that's an implied knowledge that all of us have. And
All right,
so
Mark, can
I
I
did
ask
that
a question?
specifically. So the point I was making is
Mm-hmm.
for a company that did a $50 million IPO, it
Yeah.
performed well, it deployed the capital
No,
well,
we got
and
it,
then
Mark. Please don't
hold on,
repeat it.
and then it came back to the market for $50 million
Yeah.
to the retail market.
Uh-huh.
I specifically chose that number
Yeah, no,
because
we get it. Yeah,
we wouldn't
because
need to go to pension funds, right?
okay.
And so I love what
So
Paul brought up about the
Hold
price.
on. I'm
Wait, hold
asking
on,
a
Randy.
question
Let me
now.
finish. Randy, just let me finish now. The reason
Go
that I
ahead.
love about the point about the price is because
Mm-hmm.
the reason, like, if the market price is $3 and the company decides to do an APO at $3, the reason that the company likely believes and is confident that it can sell an APO at the same price as a market price is likely because there is not enough supply of shares available for the demand currently in the market, right? So
Yeah.
it genuinely believes that
What?
if it issues $50 million
Huh?
worth of shares, it can sell the $50 million worth of shares in the APO.
Okay,
That is the
Mark.
only
And
reason.
Yeah,
okay,
Otherwise, it
Mark,
would
can I
want to do a
yeah, but
can I
discount,
yeah, I mean,
Mark,
all right,
can I
yeah, I
ask you?
agree. I agree. They'll do that for that reason. But
right?
Yeah, but can
what's the point there?
So the point I was making is that the when we simplify the figures down to the smallest amounts that we all agree that okay, retail investors can meet that demand,
We
then
didn't do that.
no, I did
no
that.
he
I did that to the 50. I did that to 50. And then I did that to make it clear to all of us that once it's reduced to 50 and we all believe that retail investors can do it, then the principle of the APO effect comes into question, right?
no Mark,
Because we
because
No, not
all
really,
because
because
Mark, can I ask
we
a
already
question
addressed
now?
that.
sure.
That's why you notice that's why I asked him what the APO effect was, because it was clear that he doesn't know. He thinks that it's something else.
That's
He
how I feel
thinks it's
like at this
something
point.
else. Yeah. Mark, why would you
So,
have to exclude the pensions?
well, I mean, it's a $50 million offer. Pension funds are not going to
But you don't
invest
you
in a
don't we don't
$50 million
have
offer
to
because
exclude
it's
them
too
if they
small.
own
So
shares.
hold
They
on.
get
Who
money
tell
every
you that?
month. Just do it.
Who tell you that? Yeah, who tell you that? The pensions will put at 2 or 3 million.
Pensions
All right.
are
Well, I
tied to
mean,
return.
the investment bankers on the call can
Yeah,
speak to that.
man.
But
Well, I can because I actually operate in that space. I can
Am I
speak to that.
wrong, Simon? That a
So
pensions will put at
pension
2 and a 3 and a 5
pension
million?
funds pension funds will allocate their money where it is if it's efficient. If they
Mm-hmm.
see that the rate on an offer is going to be significant, then I mean they might participate in 2 million. But a lot of them would prefer and consider the opportunity cost and would
Mm-hmm.
put their 100, 200 million that they get on a monthly basis in a larger relative investment. So
Okay.
most are likely not to participate.
Okay. So we are. So, but you don't need a lot because again, it's just a pension.
In a
But thank
50
you.
million, in a
In a
$50
50
million
million
dollar
dollar
offer.
example.
You Randy,
Exactly.
but
No.
you alone can give a company $50 million. Come on,
exactly.
man.
That is
Come
true.
on, come on.
That is true. However, That's not the point. Mark,
Yo.
back to the point.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you then think that if a renounced the rights issue was done, a pension couldn't participate?
No, man, that's a separate issue. The question was if, or the point I was making, right, which is why I asked the question, I give my example. The point I was making is that my hypothesis is that the reason that APOs have underperformed is because
Mm-hmm.
most of the APOs that have been done, particularly the ones that have underperformed notably, that are
Mm-hmm.
frequently used as examples, tend to be on
Mm-hmm.
the main market, and the average retail
A five,
investor
I didn't know.
does not
Mm-hmm.
the average retail investor does not actively invest as much on the main market as they do in the junior market, right? And we can see it in the performance of the overall markets for both, and you can also see it in the performance of the individual companies. Now, to be
No,
clear,
that's 100%
hold on,
incorrect.
but to be
That's not
clear,
true.
I am not saying that there are no retail investors that invest on the main market. I'm not saying that
Nobody
because
was
there
saying
are
that you said
many,
that. Nobody said that you
right?
said that. Nobody's thinking that. What I'm
So I'm
saying
just
to you
talking
is,
in broad strokes, just
No, but
generally
yeah,
speaking.
but your broad
you're
strokes
saying
are
that more of
incorrect
them on the junior than the thing there.
than the main.
Why?
More, why? What do you mean? More of what? More retail investors?
Yeah, why you think that?
Oh, because well, the floats are smaller. The offers tend to be smaller, so I can get a more meaningful allocation as a relative to the float size as a retail investor. Therefore my cap gains are likely to be higher because there's more
That's
demand.
incorrect. 100%
Well,
incorrect.
You
okay.
know what
Well, I
I
mean
don't
that's
understand, Randy?
What's that?
Why are all of these APOs fully subscribed? Why do people buy them?
Well, Chris,
well,
I don't know if
no,
you
but
heard,
Chris,
but it's
but
it's
no,
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 supposed
because
to
them
be the
sound like IPO,
pension.
right?
It's a
no, because they're
pension.
being sold to institutions and what. And that actually brings up another good point, Chris, is that a lot of these guys that, well, in my reading from the outside looking in, especially these main market issuers, when they're doing their APO and they're raising their multi-billions of dollars, they're going to these institutions that they know that are just going to hold for a very long period of time, that they're not,
So why does
having
the
a whole
share price
picture.
stagnate if that's true?
Because a lot of junior market investors are not participating. You don't have the high volume relative to the float in the main market that you do in the junior market.
That is incorrect. Look at the share price. Look at the counts. Look at the actual active. No, maybe I actually know because I'm looking
Look
at
at
it.
JMB.
No, it's okay.
The
It's okay.
retail is there, man, Mark. Like it's pretty strong.
It is extremely strong. It is why look at KP REIT. Why
What
did
what
they
does
bother
Three
to
years
try?
what does
strong.
strong mean
I,
though,
I
Dana?
think I think I
What
think when
does
you
that
look
mean?
Yeah,
at this thing,
define
I
strong.
mean the junior market
Is
has a higher
it Paul and
percentage
Berry
of
strong? Or,
Right,
or is
exactly.
it,
In other words,
Mark and
500.
Simon
Paul
strong?
and Barry aren't the typical retail investor we're talking about, are they?
Right, but okay, so like
Well,
$500 million dollars of
what
retail
I'd say,
activity.
just 1 second. What I'd say is that uh, I wouldn't compete with GMMB and Berry on the retail side of IPO or APO, right? One of the most successful uh, IPOs in terms of volumes of people. Chris did it.
That's
GMMB
Wicton,
is yes. I think
okay.
Chris did Wigton.
Yeah,
And
man.
it was a bottom up allocation, which meant that the
No, no.
the
Hold on. Let me let me
retail.
let me let me let
Mm,
me let me just let me just state some
I just
facts.
checking.
Yeah, man. I stating some facts. But if you look at the participants of the IPO, it was very skewed to retail investors. A lot of retail investors came in.
Mm-hmm.
However, the larger institutional investors, pension funds, or whosoever else,
Mm-hmm.
came in with significant volumes. Now, if a police and a soldier and a nurse, a blue collar worker came in, they could spend up to 1, 2, 3, 5, possibly $10 million. If you were going to buy over $10 million, I suspect that would be coming from a high net worth client or institution. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at JMMB, JMB has one of the largest books in terms of clientele. And so
The
again, on the
largest.
on the retail side, you can't compete on a bottom up a retail cycle. So if you want to compete
Wait, no, no, be
in
clear.
terms of
Sorry, Paul. Paul, for Mark's sake.
in bringing on, hold on, give me a second, in bringing on large investors, and large strategic investors, you're gonna have to skew to you're gonna have to have a skew to institutional investors, including high net worth clients and pension funds. I'm just stating that for a fact. I'm not saying ye are against what Mark is saying. I just want to set the context for the listeners.
I understand. Because I also understand that the facts didn't agree with what you were saying, but he needed it to not agree for his point to be made. Back in reality,
Wait,
though,
which facts didn't agree with what I said?
why,
Be
why
specific, please.
the facts about the effect of pensions, one coming in, and two, the actual APO effect, which again, you're not speaking to what it actually is. You're speaking to the price only, and well, the shareholders can raise it. The raise isn't a question. These larger APOs that happen and they're raised, like Chris pointed out, they've been raised and they're oversubscribed. And the large shareholders that come in aren't selling. So why is the share price falling then? Who is selling?
Well, that's a good question. I suspect
Come
it's
on,
likely
man.
retail investors.
Well, if it's
So
only institutional and retail in the market and the institutional is not selling, no most the retail selling.
That's what I just said. I just said that.
So you're agreeing with me that it creates an incentive for the retail to sell at lower and lower values over time. That is the actual APO effect, and it
Yeah, but I
happens
think you.
independent.
Yeah,
It
but
happens independent.
you're missing what I'm.
I'm not missing your point, but your point is beside the actual APO effect point, because you think what you think that I think the APO effect is not what I've ever said it is.
So
The APO
sorry
effect is simple.
for me being a newbie on your show. Just educate me for 2 seconds. What is your philosophy of the APO effect?
The APO effect is when a large amount of shareholders or a large motivated shareholder receives shares at a lower price than the current market price and is then incentivized to sell at profit at a much lower price than the market price. Hence the JMB example of $50 market price, $37, 38.75 APO. Profit starts then at 38.76, which means that a retail investor is going to be incentivized to sell at 38.76 or higher. And you've brought in thousands of retail investors at 38.75. So that means that you have a motivated group of small people who are willing to sell at a much lower price. The only way to go around that is to have somebody buy heavily when they are selling, which I know you understand, Paul.
No.
So it's
What I don't understand is my point of view on successful APO effects and right issue effects. And so what I'd say to you also is that when structuring APOs or rights issues or both classes of rights issues,
mhm.
you want to take into consideration, as I said before.
Yeah,
Um,
we give an exemption to the Paul rights offer effects. Those are excluded.
Thank you.
all right, Chris. So
In
so
every other
I'm
case,
so I'm speaking about how you would not disenfranchise the average retail, the average retail investor.
investor,
Yes, and your legacy investors. And the way you do it,
well,
in my mind,
yeah.
in my opinion, is
Mhm.
that you look at what the strategic large guys you want to bring in, and
Mhm.
they have to pay the legacy shareholders. They have to create alpha for your legacy shareholders, your existing shareholders. And one way of doing that is them coming in
At a
at
higher
a
price.
delta, at a delta that gives anything above 1 to the current the existing shareholders, which is a higher price.
So,
And I agree
Paul,
with that. Go
the
ahead, Chris.
only way we can agree with you on this one is if when you're doing APOs, not only for Barita, but for every company, you stick to this formula.
Go easy, no, Chris. I
Oh,
tell you,
oh,
say, Chris,
Chris,
Agreed,
only
Chris, Chris.
100%.
sending
That's a heavy,
right
Chris. That
now,
point have a lot of mass to it, you know. It have a lot of mass to it.
right?
Don't hit it like that.
No, because no, no, the whole purpose of
And
the thing,
Chris, you know what?
Randy.
You know what? I'm going. If let's play a little hockey right here, right? I hear you. And if we get into it now, this is going to go till 5 o'clock, and it's going to be one for the ages. And Randy, you're stoking it, and I am going to speak about it, but not tonight. But Chris, I'm going to say absolutely. We want our ethos to matriculate to everything an osmosis to the to what we've done with Barita. So fair enough. I will take that point, and I'll dive in it with you over.
No, we don't need to dive because
Thanks.
if we
Thanks for
all
giving me an half
operate,
ramp. Thanks
so
for
so
giving me a half ramp.
no. Whether it is the APO principle as Randy described it,
Right,
or
right.
the APO. The point is, people have to put thought into structuring, not to put the existing shareholders at a disadvantage.
Yeah, man.
And if the structuring is done correctly, then the whole market benefits. And that's really what we're trying to achieve, to have
Yeah, man.
these things done successfully. So yeah, we can put a lot of labels on it. And at the end
Yeah.
of the day, the label don't really matter.
Right.
But at the same time,
Right.
Randy's point is he's speaking to a lot of people who are not experts. He has to
Right.
have a simple terminology to say, hey
Right.
guys, when you see this kind of thing that look like this
Exactly.
is what we call it, and you need to be careful because you're going to get hurt.
You may
You
get
could get
hurt.
hurt. You're very likely
Yes.
to get hurt unless it's a Barita one.
Yes, all of those get exemption. Well, we can't give him an exemption yet, because
That's true because you have some
we're
massive
not going to
points that
talk
you
about
put
that
out there.
tonight. But
Yeah,
he
thank you.
has promised us, and we accept the promise.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'll make sure that the team, our internal ethos, matriculate to the deals. They look at they look at Chris one hundred
All
percent.
future deals, we need to stick to the Barita principle.
Fair fair enough. Fair enough.
Thank you
Randy,
very
back
much,
over to you.
gentlemen. Thank you. I don't want to stress nobody else for the rest of the night. I think we've had a lot of
Quite
stress.
a night. Quite a night.
Quite.
Randy, Paul brought it up. Can't take the stress, man.
Do
You think
it.
you think you get to be a billionaire without being stressed out.
That is true. That is true. I suspect that is very, 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 very true. Thank you, both gentlemen in here. Both are the billionaires in here, and any secret billionaires in here, and the millionaires, the multimillionaires, and the rest of us. Thank you very much for this brick talk. I can tell you something that I said to Danai earlier. I give him the choice as to whether or not we wanted to do it or put it off this week. Um, and we, in true fashion, every single time we really don't want to do it and I do it, it works out to be a very good brick talk. So thank you everybody for jumping in. Thank you for the views I've heard. Thank you to the gentlemen who have come and laid out a lot of conversations. This is the sort of thing we want in the market. This is why earnings season and brick talk exists. And big up to everybody with all the efforts, including Pauline. I have to tell you again, we know. Say it one more time. That
Please,
little, that
pitch
effort of
deck.
yours. There we
Pitch
go.
deck. We have Simon, we have Krista, we have persons popping up all the time. Chris, please just pass by, give us a nice vibe on Stacks and the Rocks and pitch deck. We looking at it. I need some help looking at the we have 60 about 70 applications of individuals who we're going to be investing in their business. I think we might can't pull down all of them, but certainly if you and I are on it, we can pull down most to all. So give that a vibe as well, Berry. Randy, of course, I know you've been retweeting. Thanks for that. Then I
You're
beg you a
welcome.
retweet on Pitch
Oh,
Deck
definitely.
and Paul
You're
Simpson,
welcome.
JA, and Stacks on the Rocks. I beg you and tune in.
You're welcome. And
Um,
let me pause for a second. Simon, I know you're still there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, I can hear you. Audio
Well,
going
you
up.
remember that night when I was at Stocks and Rocks and I tell you, say, stick with this thing, it's a serious thing. You can get some corporates behind you, stick with it. You remember that night?
Yeah, man, I remember, man. Everything coming to fruition. Randy, I hope to see you Mountain. Mountain is going to be spicy at Palisados. Come back,
Boy,
man. Well, we'll bring it
ask
back
him
to
for send,
basics,
ask
you
him
know.
for send the jet. No, ask him for send the jet. I'll try and be there.
No, I'll make Barry send the boat. It's right off
yeah,
the harbor.
no, Barry have a jet
Oh,
too, right? Is the only
Oh,
man
I'm
on the call
sorry.
with a
I'm
jet,
sorry. I never
right?
know. I never know.
Right?
Helicopter, we need one. Helicopter. We can land straight
okay.
away with a helicopter.
Well, I'm happy that you stick with it, Simon. And this is what I want to say. I'm happy to hear it. I would love to tell you that. Listen, anybody who win pitch deck, I will try and give them a grow up course if them don't get one already. If they haven't done it
Big,
already, I'll throw that in.
we accept that. We will take that.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you,
PSO
Randy.
J has joined on, and in my understanding is that they said they'll give 1 year free membership.
Who's this?
Barry, I don't hear you. You never come off mute and say you'll try and make it. Will you try and make it,
Who's that?
Chris?
I touch you off here
All
and
right,
and let you
respect.
know how it going.
All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. All right, guys. I mean, we so I've given the plug to Pitch
Pitch
Deck,
deck. Yeah,
Randy,
man. There
and
you
of
go.
course what you're doing here, Brick Talk, big, and again, my money, J, it not normal, not normal at all.
Big up and thank you. And thank you again to the team. So thank you everybody. Don't forget Danai, easily. Somebody might not like it, but it is the truth. The best financial advisor, um, independent financial advisor that's working for people right now. So you can go to him at bhalladvisor.com. And if you want to learn about investing, www.everymickle.com/GRWR grow. It is easily the best investment course to teach you about the local market. There is no better. And thank you again to everybody who's been here. And thank you very much, Christopher, agreeing and touching a wonderful point, one that we hope to touch again in the future. So thank you guys. I won't keep you any longer. Have a great night and goodbye. I said then I drop off. So I'm gonna say good night for him. I'm just
Bless
gonna
up.
say big up. Big up and good night, everybody.
All right,
Big
have a
up,
good
gents.
night.
Night, night.
Have a good
Night,
night,
Bless up.
night.
guys.
Bless up.
Grow grads. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right.